Hello, hello, Shagat the Known here. Back with some Divinity Original Johnny Sins. Original Sin. Ah, see. There you go, Tusk. No, that's much closer. I don't usually. I don't know, do I? Do I say some? I don't think I do. I think I just say back with Divinity Original Sin, but it's fine. Back with Divinity Original Sin Enhanced Edition. No Johnny Sins here. How's it going? Welcome, Tusk. So last time on this game, what did we do? We went to Sacred Stone, the hidden Immaculate Village, and we basically killed everybody there. Not much really happened there. So we basically killed everybody there, and now, and then we went and took care of their temple, the Immaculate Temple, which was nearby, and there was Mangoth or whatever was trying to sacrifice a bunch of people. We stopped him, and we ended up getting Leandra's blood, and we crafted the spell to defeat Death Knights, and everybody's now learned that. And now we are ready to pursue Leandra further, and that involves finding Zandalor, because he is apparently going to be key to this. So he lives in Hunter's Edge, which is often like by the Phantom Forest and stuff. It's also where Medora's from, so I'm sure there's going to be a good time there. So yeah, let's go check it out without further ado. I'm doing all right, Tusk. We'll see how I'm doing in a couple seconds after I try to open this can. Okay. I was nervous because I left it in the freezer for a bit longer than I intended. And I didn't want it to start spraying drink all over the place. I was not in the mood to be squirted on today. But yeah, I'm doing alright, man. Not too bad. Oh yeah. And you threw me off again. I left out the other part. Today is the... Oh, damn. Wrong character, too.
The darkness, dear me, time lies in tatters.
No, we're gonna fix this. That annoys me. Anyway, today's the 1st of May, 2022. And the local time is 12:38. Wait. So I am controlling the correct character, it just went to the wrong dialogue. Went to the wrong one for the sake of dialogue.
Dear me,
okay.
it is happening. The void, the darkness, dear me, time lies in tatters.
What in the hells is going on?
There's this place, this pit that lies to the north. It is a rift of chaos, an epicenter of a time and space devouring force. Void demons are besetting Rivellon, and the storms of chaos are shuddering through our own dear homestead. Demons creep through the rift. They must all be destroyed.
I need more information if I'm to face demons.
Not just any demons. Void demons. They are impervious to attacks with weapons or magic that any creature of this world can muster. But they have one weakness, for their simmering presence has permeated this area through and through for a long time. Tenebrium, that is the answer. The black ore that is dark as the void itself. Arm yourself with this foul material, and you shall be able to shred their bloodstone that controls their portal.
What about the rift? How do I close it?
The rift is the portal through which the demons seep. There is blood magic at work here, and he who says blood magic says immaculates. A bloodstone fuels the rift. Obliterate it, and the rift shall close. I've scouted ahead of it and seen that 3 paths, or what passes for paths, lead to the center of the wasteland that lies before you. To the left is an encampment of Immaculates. Yes, they're but Immaculates, but their weapons look sharp as shark's teeth. So don't barge in like cats at a dog's wedding. The central path is a big no-no too, brimming with demons. I really wouldn't recommend it. Which leaves the right path, which may not be the right path at all, for it is deceptively calm along its trail and positively overflowing with magma. So basically I can offer you 3 options, all of them as appetizing as pig feed. And yet you'll have to swallow your portion whole. If not, the end of time will be swept into the void and Rivellon with it.
How can the void beasts that are here harm the homestead?
They exist beyond the normal continuum of time. They are here, and they are sweeping through the winds of chaos at the end of ages, shredding what they find. Unless they are defeated, your home away from home shall sink into the maelstrom of oblivion piece by piece.
I will take my leave.
Do what you can, my friend. Do not falter. All depends on your prowess, and our homestead won't grow an inch until you've solved this dire matter.
And that makes me realize I completely forgot about something. There was something else to do in Lacula Forest, because that's where he's talking about. Right? It's over there. Is it near Sacred Stone, or is it near... How do we get there? Let's walk back over. We saw it before. I commented on... Oh, shit. We wanted to have dialogue. Uh-oh. It's not too late, is it? No.
By the looks of things, it seems we're heading towards Hunter's Edge. The town where I was stationed before I met you lot. Before we get there, you should know the whole yarn. What I saw there. Why I fled. Yes, comrade. I fled a coward bearing the insignia of a sauce hunter.
What a loser. Last you mentioned orcs had invaded your village. Are you ready to continue your tale?
I think so, comrade. Even though you might never look at me the same way, I hope I won't lose you as compatriots.
Go on, tell me your tale.
We, the villagers and myself, were corralled in the town square. The orcish queen sauntered into the middle, proud of the chaos she'd created. She screamed if we knew why they had come. Slowly, she approached me and leaned close, her hot, foul breath like fire on my face. With one hand, she clasped my throat. With the other, she reached into my pocket and pulled out the gem I'd taken from the orcs I'd killed earlier that day. I was a thief, she said. I'd taken something dear to her, and I had earned punishment. I thought she'd destroy me right then and there, but she did something worse.
She was after the Bloodstone, then.
That's right, comrade, and I was soon to find out why. She brought forth one of her soldiers, a larger orc I'd never seen, and he was covered in black, gleaming armor. She placed the stone in his chest plate, and something happened. He transformed into something I'll never forget. She made me watch as she sent villager after villager before the great transformed beast. He crushed them all, one by one, each more gruesomely than the last. He seemed to revel in the work. I could do nothing, comrade. I couldn't save them. I couldn't help them. I could only watch.
But you escaped, didn't you? And you went to find reinforcements, us. And we've come to take back the village.
Don't you see it's already over? Don't you see it's too late? These orcs weren't out for riches or land. They only came for blood. No. All that's left in Hunter's Edge is a debt to be paid, comrade. And I intend to collect it.
Ooh, I bet we're gonna want to talk about this. Nope, I'm glad I didn't bet my left dick this time. Yeah, so we want to go up... Oh man, that's a long way. There's not really a better way there. We might as well just start walking. This is where he was talking about. I don't know. Alright, game, stop cutting out the music. I don't know that it was clear, though, from Zigzax's dialogue. Maybe I missed it. But this is where he was actually talking about, is over here. And that's why I didn't come here before, because I was thinking, oh, right, this is for later. There is a portal here, and that's the one he was talking about. What is this? There's like a knife, or a... What the fuck is that? I don't know. So we have 3 routes, and... the middle one is demons, the left one is immaculates, the right one is lava, or is magma. And what he said is the demons... See, it looks like there's magma everywhere, though. I don't know. The demons, we need to kill them with tenebrium, and I have some tenebrium weapons back at the homestead, I guess, but not really sure how many we have. Demon invasion. Yay, experience! That made my wiener hard.
By the goddess, hold your step! You are treading the ground of immaculates. Be gone from here! March!
Don't you recognize reinforcements when you see them? I thought you'd welcome a change of the guard. No!
I would recognize reinforcements when I see them, just like I recognize trespassers. And know this, trespasser, we attack on sight.
Oh, but what if I really want to load and do it again? I can't resist. We're far enough into the game now, and I'm like, fuck it. I'm gonna kill them anyway. That's the thing, I'm gonna kill them. I just want the experience.
By the goddess, hold your step! You are treading the ground of immaculates. Be gone, change of the guard.
Yeah, 6,800.
Until I get word from the conduit herself, me and mine are not leaving. But if those are your orders, you're welcome to stay, of course. Goddess be with thee.
Yeah, I wonder if that's a British thing, a British English thing. The way they say, so in the US we would say goddess, but they say goddess. And it just sounds strange to me. But I'm genuinely not sure about that way of speaking. What do you know of what lies beyond here?
There are creatures of the dark there, worse than any nightmare. But they too are part of the divine design of the goddess, and so we serve them faithfully.
Conduit be with you.
I see one.
There are creatures.
There it is. It's got a void aura.
Potent heat.
I actually want to... I want to go look at some of the shops in town. Some of, like, the NPCs.
For her teachings lead to life beyond life.
Okay, we could walk through there.
Of eternity.
Y'all better stay away from the magma. Don't walk into it like dorks. I'm gonna check every NPC. So there's actually an item I really want.
Be with you.
And from what I understand, it's super rare, but NPCs can sell it.
Conduit be with you?
Conduit be with you.
If I'm able to get this item, then it'll allow me to do some more crafting now. And the reasoning behind this is that I already have one, so I'm not going to say what it is yet. I already have one. But I don't know that I want to use it yet.
Conduit be with you.
So getting a second one would be nice.
Conduit be with you?
Yeah, no dice on any of that. Where does this take me? Oh, I recognize this. These guys are just mad. Yeah, they're just aggressive. So we have a oh, shit. 6 void rams. None of them are in the fight yet, but he's walking dangerously close.
Silence awaits you.
Nerds. So I quick saved, and I'm gonna make sure if we can't kill them, I'm gonna load. They don't want to do anything?
Welcome the void, for the void welcomes you.
That was weird. Medora's immune to burning? Did I get her resistance that high? I'll check it soon.
You were right there.
Yeah, they are invulnerable. So, we'll try killing the shepherd real quick. And then if they're still...
It's your demand.
Yeah, they're... Wait, they don't care about us. It was just their master of puppets pulling our strings. Medora does not have... does some of her equipment make her immune to burning? As like a special effect? Oh, it does! That Constitution ring. Wow, that's pretty fucking good. Ooh, very fitting that they gave us an invisibility potion. Almost as if it might be useful to sneak around here.
I was really hoping to find something better.
Alright, Jan. Let's get you to mass heal us. I like how these guys don't seem to care.
Hey, my friends.
But I would like more tenebrium weaponry.
I needed that.
And I will totally come kill everything here, all the demons and stuff.
Sweet relief.
Unless... Wait... I don't think we can kill them if I destroy this stone.
Into the fray once more.
So the option would be we go back to the homestead now and get some tenebrium weaponry. Because that giant portal is going to die, and it might even kill the demons. But I don't know if we get the same experience. What's happening?
How many souls were sacrificed to create a bloodstone this powerful?
We can honor those lost by destroying this perversion of their lives.
Oh, do we need tenebrium? Yeah, we do. Its resistances are everything but tenebrium. And that's staff kit.
Striking it rich.
So if we have to go back anyway for tenebrium, then maybe I do want to try and kill these demons. There's a demon inside of me, can I kill it? Hell no. Can I kill it? Hell no. Can I kill it? Hell no. That being part of the staff kit explains why the item looked so strange when I saw it earlier. Also, we might as well kill these people now. Because you know I want that experience.
What do you think you're doing?
I don't know, it just is a misfire.
You there, cut it out!
I'm sorry. My finger slipped. Wait, that's not how bows work? My bad. You better... You know what? I'm gonna load if this doesn't work, because it looks like a clear shot, but... Okay, it was. Alright, everybody. Have fun. There are 7 guys here. That killed 3 of them, and the others are not really doing very well. There we are.
Time to burn the candle at both ends.
So now if I do a splintered arrow, I can kill probably most, if not all of them.
Under my touch in song annihilation.
Okay, it left 2. One of them's hanging on by a thread, the other's not doing much better. To the point where this might be a kill. Oh no, not quite. You are satisfied, Tusk? Is it from the food that shall not be named? No, it's not that bad. Sushi's kind of freaky. At least what I tried was not for me. But yeah, this means more for you. That man tried to blind us all, and then heal. Boy, you done messed up. We got an ass ton of experience there. I like it. I'm gonna try to loot everything, but I get so nervous around the magma.
Feeling hot under the collar.
Yo, cheese sticks on the other hand do kick ass. Actually, cheese sticks kick dick. That's how good they are. I almost got some yesterday. I was already going for a specific food. But nearby was a Sonic and they have cheese sticks and I was like, ooh, I could.
Warm as dragon's breath.
Totally could.
We'll have
Yoink.
none of that. You hear?
And yoink.
We'll have none of that. You.
Oh, he's gonna let me do it again.
And the path of rapture.
What do you think you're doing?
Yoink. Can I just do a whirlwind? Well, there we go.
Paralysis!
Alright, how can I make this rain of arrows count? We gotta go up to that guy. We have an assassin. I think this is fine. Killed the assassin. So Splintered Arrow can hit all of them. Oh my. Who survived? That one? Really? How much health do you have? You have 7 health. Well, I'm not even gonna walk over there. Just die. Toasty!
I'm overheating here.
Alright, I think that's enough of that. Yo, we're about to level up though. These guys are worth a dick ton of experience. Love it. Oh yeah, the homestead's fucked. Zigzags wasn't joking. Don't kill my imp dudes. All we gotta do is get over here and check, get these Tenebrium weapons. Because I think I sent them all here. Alright, we have 2 two-handed Tenebrium weapons and a wand. So that's it for Tenebrium, unfortunately. We could try going to Sacred Stone, but we killed everybody. Now we could make Tenebrium weapons with the ore, but I think we might be able to make this work. Okay, see, what is that? The fuck is that? A dagger. Tenebrium dagger. I'll take it anyway. Okay, so now with that, what we can do is go to equipment, sort. And she has this thing. Where's the Tenebrium? It's quite a bit lower damage, but we'll have to make it work. And then Medora, same thing. Now with that, we go back to, I don't know, Silver Glen. And we head back over here to the demons. And we're gonna try to fight them now to get even more experience out of this. That should put us up to level 18, I believe. I think this is actually gonna be a longer route. Why am I controlling Medora? Alright, let's let the camera track. How's it going, everybody? How's it going, Tusk? You like the Mortal Kombat reference? Toasty! Gotta love some Mortal Kombat. No, I don't really know as much about modern Mortal Kombat.
I need hastening.
Why are you all moving so fast?
I played a lot of Mortal Kombat 2 and 3. Those are the ones I grew up on. And then I guess it's colloquially called Mortal Kombat 9 or 10, but it was just called Mortal Kombat. It came out for like the PlayStation 3 or something. I played that one. It's on PC as well. That's from Mortal Kombat 4. Yeah, I think was that on Nintendo 64 and maybe PlayStation? Because I played one on Nintendo 64 at a friend's house. Yeah, okay. So that was Mortal Kombat 4. I played it, but I don't really know that game. Yeah, it was 3D. Yeah. I remember, I thought it felt kind of weird because of the 3D, but that's not entirely fair to dislike the game for it, but again, I grew up playing Mortal Kombat 2 and 3 on the Sega, so it was definitely a lot different. Speaking of magma, there we go. So we should be able to bop this guy with the melee fighters. You want to fight? Target's blocked. Not anymore. What do you mean invulnerable? We have Tenebrium. Oh, we can't even hit them. Alrighty, let's just load that save then. That was a waste. Well, we still need it for the Bloodstone, right? But that's dumb. And of course I was gonna load there instead of traveling, instead of fleeing and having to run all the way back here again. That's not sexy at all. What the fuck? Dude, you fucking dumbass. Why would you walk into the magma to get to the boxes? I don't care if it's my character. I'm about to turn this into an Iron Man playthrough, and if you do that again, I'm never reviving you. No! I swear he tried to do that again. Dude, that just made my butthole pucker. So hard. We'll try to check these as well. They look safer. Less magma around them. You can actually become immune to magma. But you need, I think, like 140% fire resist, because, see, I don't know, right now with Medora being immune to burning, it might be fine. But basically, when you step on magma, it puts a burning effect on, which reduces your fire by like 35% or something. It reduces your fire resist. So the trick is you have to have like 135, 140% fire resist, and then you could just walk on magma. Y'all better route around that shit. Yeah, there we go. Alright, I'm gonna switch Medora's weapon back. Oh, we need to do an encourage. Uh-oh. We need 14. Uh-oh. We need a strength boost. Hand this over to Medora. And then we'll swap the rings back. That was pretty unsexy. Alright, now Jahan, I want you to heal us up.
I know just the cure.
Yeah, and so I remember Shaolin monks and stuff. I always thought those were weird, because those were not like normal Mortal Kombat games. At least those were not traditional fighting games, right? So, and then the one you said, like I said, colloquially people call it 9, but they just named it Mortal Kombat for some reason. No, like, I don't know why. Nothing confusing about that.
Sweet relief.
those demons the old 1-2 right in their void rift, and not a moment too soon. Our shelter plane is saved, dear hunter, quite saved, and we have only you to thank. Excellent practice for your wrenching of all existence from the void's grasp, don't you think? Yes, Source Hunter, I'm feeling quite optimistic myself.
Yay! Jahan's probably got a hard on right now because we killed demons. Let's see what he has to say. I want to respond to what Tusk said though.
So we ended the existence of a void demon. A creature so powerful it can tear the fabric of time and uproot the depths of space. To overcome such a foe, one needs more than skill and cunning. I do not know what you are exactly, Hunter, but it is more than human. You are beyond. You are divinity, somehow. The time will come when all will be revealed, of that I am certain. When it does, I hope you will accept what fate has in store for you, and the powers that are bound to come with it.
So I shall. If destiny truly has more in store for me, I will readily accept it.
You are keen, Hunter. Keen on the change that will come. That is good, for you have no choice in the matter. That which lurks within you must manifest.
Scarlet agreed, saying, "As shall I. It is clear we are on a road towards power, power I long to seize."
One may put the soul of a tiger in the body of a turkey, and still it will try to hunt. So it is with you. Something greater than all of us lies hidden within the mortal frame of man that surrounds your being. You are but a shell, and I for one grow impatient, anticipating that which must hatch.
Alright, so what I was going to say, Tusk, is one thing I saw the other day was, I guess Call of Duty is dumb, and, like, I know they've had some weird stuff going on for a long time now, but I didn't know that apparently they're making another Modern Warfare. Like, I guess they remastered Modern Warfare at some point, but they also have, like, another Modern Warfare 2 that may not even be a remaster. It may be another Modern Warfare 2, like a separate game from the original. I don't even know what it is. Like, it's all busted. I just saw this the other day. I was like, new footage released for Modern Warfare 2, and I was like, didn't that game come out like 15 years ago? What's going on? So what's going on, Jamort? How you been? Alright, so yeah, so all these demons died. So this portal does nothing. You better not. You better not. Okay. I know you're just dying to walk into the magma. This is what Zigzax was referring to. Because if you take this path, yeah, this is the whole path covered in magma. And then you can go around this way, or even this way. You gotta be able to walk on it. Oh, gotta love when you realize you need new outposts. Gotta love that. When you start running low and it's like, shit, I wasn't ready for this. I thought I had more time. "35 times science. Oh no, I'll pass on that one. Normal science is plenty for me.
Southeast to Hunter's Edge. North to incomparable suffering. Well then.
Okay.
Southeast it is. For now, at least.
Yeah, it really does say that. I mean, part of me, I get the appeal of wanting to have like this kind of rigid factory going that's like really efficient and everything. But I also don't get the appeal of like the increased science, especially to that level. 35 times, that's a lot. Uh-oh, looks like we got a situation. Hold on, but first I want to know what you got nothing for sale.
The fool thinks he can slip 6 warm bodies past Rumble for the price of 1, he does. Lousy bomb, may as well thieve from King Gungir's very coffers.
Yeah, about King Gungir, he's dead.
If I've said it once, I've said it more times than a troll can count. Warm bodies do not people make. We are 3 immaculates and 3 slaves, and I won't empty my pocket over chattel.
Damn, this is... I mean, I could pay it, but I want my money back. We'll probably be able to get my money back. It's the nice thing to do. So calmer heads ought to prevail here. Let's simply pay for the toll and for all concerned and move on.
We aren't the Bank of Rivellon. No need to insert ourselves where we don't belong.
If we get that slaver out of this trouble, perhaps he'll reward us with valuable information. Well, I was planning on killing them.
Something to stick your nose into. Why not the dirt beneath my boots?
No, we'll do as I say.
Oh, the gentle tinkling of gold. Intoxicating. Do pass, Skullbearer, and tell your fool of a friend he may do the same. No wonder you came to my aid. I see you have an immaculate amulet, the very same as mine. The goddess does bless us with good friends and good fortune during our times of need. Hide to the village ahead and rest yourself among your kin, but do take care. Only those in possession of our holy amulets may enter, and the guards are a savage sort. They won't hesitate to gut you if they suspect you aren't one of us.
I wonder why they'd ever suspect that.
Go on, march.
Now I'm gonna kill them.
Jingle, jingle,
Haha! Oh, they booked it! Yo, those slaves booked it. I don't blame them.
I can defeat them all in a blow.
We broke that thing. That might have been what was keeping him invulnerable. Because it seems like he wasn't taking damage initially. Okay, so Rain of Arrows does that. Yeah, it does way more damage. Let's do it. And is this our level up though? I don't know. Yo, this guy's got mad health. It's 5440. Let's do adrenaline then. Let's keep focusing on this guy. I mean, really, there's no one else to focus on now. Oh no! Damn it. I didn't realize I went a little bit too close. Used one action point too many. I'm a little nervous about him getting a turn. see, can we head vice him? Can we get him blind? Yes! Try to slow as well. Will this be a level up? He'd have to be worth about 10,000, and that's viable. Ooh, that's tough, because on one hand I want to level up, but on the other hand I meant to check the shops first, so they'll have a chance to replenish. Oh well. I gotta be careful with these spells though with Jahan. Okay, I did some weird stuff, but it's fine. We're stacking effects on him. Blind, slow, frozen, cripple, he's flanked. Wait, why am I doing that? I should use a arrow spray on him. Ooh. Just left him with the dick hair of health left. 45 health. Medora, do the honors. Okay, that works out. We did not level up. Alright, I gotta go to the shops. Those slaves are free. So I feel good about freeing them, just because I don't like people keeping people as property. I don't think we got our money back, did we? That's unfortunate. Not as if we can't make 4,000 gold very easily.
Treasure!
Alrighty. Let's head back to... Let's go to Sicil Harbor. Now, the item I'm looking for, it is, to my knowledge, not tied to a specific NPC.
Yeah, fancy a sip.
It can be like any NPC. I don't know if I'm gonna check literally every NPC, but... we'll see what happens. Can I teleport this chest? We never got it. It's not gonna be worth it. Let's be honest.
Easy does it.
Alright, leather scraps. I mean, we can make armor and stuff. So yeah, what I was saying is the item makes sense to be on like sailors and stuff, but it's not actually tied to a specific type of NPC. But I have heard anecdotal reports that one of these guys did sell it one time for somebody. So maybe. Ooh. That's pretty cool. Not as good as what I have.
I wouldn't let an orc within 500 yards of my loving nature. Shores here inside seal.
Alright, nothing there. Not what I want. It's weird seeing divine items on just random NPCs like that. But he's not that random. He was a quest giver. Is it a rat? What? Okay, I was like, what is scurrying around?
You've caused enough distractions, I
didn't do anything.
Salutations! Source hunters, I see. I'm Sergeant Courteous, proud protector of...
That wand unlocks chain lightning. That's a master spell.
Can gripe all he wants.
That's pretty nice.
Still nothing, sir.
knew that she-beast would bring disaster.
Alright, nothing there. Whoa.
Well, what does it matter?
Let's check this fish person. Worker.
I can't even smell the sea air over this rot.
Alright, we're gonna have to walk all the way up here to the shops. So while that's happening, I'm gonna go grab a drink because my initial drink is empty, so I'll be right back. And look at that brilliant timing on my part. Okay. So, up here, I think the shop may have had time to refresh crafting items, so we should check them.
Ah, gracious patron, I see your tired eyes looking a bit teary. I've just the potion for that. Or would you prefer a toasty fire spell to dry those vapors?
Yeah, so we do have full shops again. Damn. So I should do a normal shopping trip because we're about to reset the shops when we level up.
Let us see if you can choose the finest greens. Well, what sort of arrows do you want? Freezing? Silver? Poison? Get to the point.
Just a second and I will.
Let's see. Halibut, sheep's cheese, tomatoes. Let's see. Halibut, sheep's cheese.
Yo, she's really excited about that stuff. Oh my god. Oh my god. Wow, it's expensive though. 2 intelligence and 2 constitution, just like the ring he already has.
Sheep's cheese.
So Jahan could have a fuck ton of health if we got this. But the question is, how do we end up with the, oh. Well, of course, we sell things.
Don't scuttle away before you've tried some of the ocean's finest bounty. How many crab claws would you like? 3? 11?
We just sell things like normal. I kind of feel like that ring is a little bit too good to pass up. The willpower is nice, but I think I would really like that. Really like that constitution. He'll probably never take that off for the rest of the game. Wow, 2 dexterity and 3 initiative.
Watch the undead quiver in their mouldy boots.
Not in the mood for cheese. That excuse is more holes than the size of this fine almond.
Alright, now we do my usual strategy of selling everything that I know we're not going to use. That's pretty weak, as is that. Don't sell that because it's tenebrium, or that.
Quiet day on the market, it seems.
I know we're not going to use that, it's weak. Some of these are a little more difficult to make decisions on.
Quiet day on the market, it seems.
Alright, so that's enough money to buy the ring over here.
What sort of arrows do you want? Freezing? Silver? Poison? Get to the point.
Yeah, we're gonna get that. They seem like a lot, and that's because it is, but damn, it's good.
This batch is only hours from the sea.
Alright, so Jahan, yeah, 1 intelligence. So his attack should go up a little bit. We'll look at its storm, 147 and 156. And it didn't change. I hope I didn't waste that money. Look at Hailstorm. Hail attack. 131 to 137. I'm not sure. No, it's fine either way. He got more health.
Quiet day on the market, it seems.
That's expensive. It's tenebrium, though.
Delicious dogfish. Yours for a scrap of gold each.
Right? I can't really tell. Like, I know it does tenebrium damage, but is it a tenebrium weapon that's gonna hurt the vendor?
What do you have? I got white cheese, blue cheese, old cheese, new cheese.
No, he's fine.
What do you have? I got white cheese, blue cheese, old cheese, new cheese.
Watch the undead quiver in their moldy boots.
Red and orange, yellow and green, the finest veggies size seals ever seen.
Alright, I think we're good. I'm not gonna go through everything yet because we're so close to leveling up. But I did want to check, what is my amulet? 2 strength, 2 dexterity. And what is this amulet? Oh no, Tuska's in the chat calling out for veggies as well. No. No. So the question is, do I want to lose the earth resistance and air resistance? Lose the strength? What does strength really do for me? I don't have a strength-based weapon. I don't really have any need for that. So I think this is actually worth doing. It's keeping the dexterity, but getting more initiative. Which then raises questions of what amulets I have on the other people. 3 initiative. 2 initiative. 1 intelligence. Wait, you hear the veggie lady in your left ear? Because she's over here on the... That one? Because she should be in your right ear. She's over here on the right of the screen. And she was in my right ear. I feel like the channels are flipped somewhere. What's curious about that to me? Do you have the wrong headphone? This chicken just busted ass in here. Gorgon Bear. Oh wait, we do have some stuff we could sell. We have a bunch of paintings and stuff that I keep not selling.
Lovely to see you again, haver of the beautifully shaped shoulders.
To your routine. Heavenly herring, delicious dogfish, yours for a scrap of goldfish.
Not in the mood for cheese. That excuse is more home than a slice of this fine Corvette.
Well, you get it fixed now. Yeah, I was wondering if the channels were getting flipped somewhere, because they're fine on my end. And I was thinking, ooh, I'm gonna have to check that. Am I flipping them before I'm streaming it? Like in OBS or something, but no, it seems like it's all good. Red and orange, yellow and green, the finest veggies Sicil's ever seen.
Well, Source Hunter, you come to the right place, you have. I got every
no.
style of equipment to fit you from head to foot, if it's a trade you're after.
I'll pass on that one. The eyeball, the augmenter. Bro, give me the item that I want, the special item that I want. The sexy item. I don't want any of that other stuff right now. We can just run around talking to a bunch of random people, though, and see if any of them have it.
You again? Come to throw my dinner to the wind again, have you?
Oi.
So good to see you again, Source Hunter.
I like that phrase. Like, I don't even know if it's a phrase. That that word, that sound. What is oi? Whatever it is, I like it. I was coming to check her inventory and I just saw one divine item and I'm like, nothing else matters. I want to see this.
Honor to Mika. Wish I was a source.
Good luck with these.
It could be rude.
Source Hunter. They'll run you right.
Yeah, I could understand how oi can be rude.
Drink and gamble, that's all we do around here.
Murder within the walls, undead outside.
Is it always rude though?
This place where there's still some left to save, I say. Go.
Because like I kind of know how they use it. Like you shout at somebody like, "Oi, over here!" You know, over here, mate.
I wouldn't venture too far out of town.
It seems a little demanding. That's probably a way to think of it. You know, we never check Esmeralda's shop. We haven't spoken to her since we got to the bottom of the mystery. We kind of forgot about the whole murder mystery. The whole saving time and everything kind of took precedence, I guess. Okay, buddy. Right back at you.
Legion's greetings, Hunter.
Yeah, exactly what you're saying. Like, it's used like that a lot.
You haven't been. The hunter returns. I hope you are here to shop rather than sleuth.
A 2 intelligence amulet would be a bonus for Jahan. But I'm not gonna spend 9 grand on it. What is that called? Oh, I was about to say, did I see some German? I did. Flammenschwert of Storms. Let's see. Let's discuss your husband's murder.
I cannot believe Jake was a sorcerer. What depravities did he commit? Was he planning to use me as a sacrifice? Ooh, I shudder to think that for years I have lain next to him at night, peacefully sleeping, while his thoughts dwelt on blood and devilish magic.
Alright. Let's poke around Silverglen. If I don't find this item I want, then go ahead and just go fight things and level up. We also never checked this guy, who I'm gonna kill one day. This is technically a quest. Also, he's kind of rude. We're coming to him to like buy from him, and he says, "Out of my way, human scum! Your stink! Out of the way, human scum! Your stink is making my eyes sting." That's kind of rude. He said German speaking English is pretty cute. It can be, yeah.
Justice at last for my darling. Oh, since we avenge him, I will, how you say, slip like smooth for rest of my day. Take whatever you...
Hello again, or do a salutoin, as we say in our homeland.
Work there, dear.
Okay, we have lots of items here. Still not what I want, though. Thanks, Sebby. I don't think she has anything for sale.
Lovely to see you again.
So good of you to drop by, my liege.
Uh-oh.
As always, be welcome.
Ooh. Speed is pretty good there. Whoa. Oh, that's why it's for strength. But yeah, so the dexterity is not very good for those melee I mean, it does help them with like dodging attacks and stuff, but we'll pass. Hey, you. You have my item? Nope. Alright, so I'll just say the item I'm looking for is a scope or a sextant. And we have one. And I would like to find another, but they're really, really rare. They're really hard to get. I've never seen more than one in a game.
Hey, look at you.
A sextant.
I traded my pickaxe for a bloodstone.
I'm aching to share a moment.
I traded my pickaxe for a bloodstone.
So earlier I said it actually makes sense to talk to the... Even though the game doesn't really care what like the type of NPC is, it actually made sense to talk to the ship people, to those boat people, because if they're gonna sell a sextant, that would make sense, given that they're navigators.
And my savvy brings you spells at the
Come hither, sweetheart. Look at you, sugar. Oh, I could take you on a ride neither of us would soon forget.
So I think it might be called sextant in the, maybe the UK version, but I think in this version it's just a scope. I don't know. Or maybe it's the difference between the original version and the enhanced. I don't know.
You dare disturb my ruminations? It must be that you can hardly wait to purchase an ingredient or two for a very urgent recipe. I'll forgive this imposition if you'll make me a generous offer.
Yeah, basically, if I put one of those on my bow, I get a perception bonus on the bow.
Oh, thank... Oh. You haven't any ale, have ya?
And I really want that perception bonus.
What sort of magical relics can I offer ya? Blessed by the goddess they are, each and all.
Wait. Oh, I thought that was Tenebrium.
Friend, this is most excellent news. Welcome to the Immaculate Fold.
Yes! I can feel the goddess's vigor coursing through my very veins.
Oh.
Blessed be. Welcome to Silver.
What stand is it though? I don't know. We can go with that.
Oh, my hero. My heart is still racing. I traded my pickaxe for a bloodstone.
I hope you haven't come for miner's work, my friend.
Business is booming year
I've
round.
literally come looking for one item, bro. And nobody seems to have it.
Trolls are such a nuisance. I lose.
Those damn toll trolls are such a...
Ever shot a bullseye in your sleep? Well, no wonder. Watch where you're going. These beauties will pierce you to the bone. So,
To be fair, if somebody were shooting bullseyes in their sleep, I would not be comfortable being around them. You could say that. That seems like a very unsafe atmosphere to be in. Alright, yeah, I think we're out of luck. I'm not gonna talk to any more people. But we're about to have to go shopping again. So let's head back to the Phantom Forest. Funky Forest, that's a great movie.
Well, what's this I've spotted?
It better be an underground batch of potatoes. So basically we need just one fight should level us up. Or one discovery, like almost anything that gives us experience. We need about 5,000 experience, 5,500 or 5,400. And I think that's gonna be our fight. And look at those fuckers. They're level 16 and we're about to be 18. So we are slightly outpacing them, which is good. I like that. I like being stronger than the enemy. Nice. Rippled. He finna do the crip walk. Can I hit? Yeah. Look at this. Hit 4 of them bitches. Adrenaline. How close are they to death? Not close enough. And I can't ricochet without moving up. Really? It only did 2 of them? Oh, what kind of garbage is that? Yeah, it's a navigational tool. That's why it would make sense for the ship people to have one. But I know that's not how the game actually does it. The game doesn't just randomly picks loot for the most part. Knockdown failed. No, that's not gonna work. Blind! Blind the bitch! Alright, so those guys are burning, that guy's blind, that guy's slowed. I think we're in good shape. Oh, he's cursing us. Yo, I forgot how weak I am. I should not be out there. I might die. No, not yet. What the fuck? How many moves do you get? Yo, he left me with 1 health. Wow. He left me with 1 health? Are you for real, for real? Now I have full health. Yay! Y'all don't know where I went. I'm gone. Bye-bye. Nice, that critical though. Well, no, I have glass cannon though, so the troll never hit me. The troll never hit any of us. But I have glass cannon, so when the... If like anything... Look at... I have 511 health. Versus 983, versus 1343, versus 1845. So yeah, glass cannon took my health way down. So like if anything even breathes on me wrong, I am dead. But it's also the reason that I'm whooping so much ass, because I can open up fights and deal a shit ton of damage before anyone does anything. Alright, well, we've leveled up. And I have to think again about what to do. Armor specialist is maxed for both of them? It is, that's... Oh, no, it's not. I just need more. So then we could think about bodybuilding or willpower. Base 1. Base 1. Those saving throws are nice. That would cost 2 and that would cost 1. Yeah, I think I want to do that. Alright, now for Jahan. This is where I was uncertain, because I started putting points into Pyro and Geo. I can get him better at Pyro. Yeah, I think I will. Let's keep focusing on Pyro for now. If I could do... I mean, we're level 18. We're not going to level up more than... I say max level is probably going to be 22, and that's pushing it. So... we should be able to get him up to level 4 Pyro at least, and get a master level Pyro skill. I mean, you both think each other is gonna win, though? That's kind of healthy. That's kind of healthy competition where it's, like... it's not too toxic, you know what I mean? You know what I'm trying to say? Alright, so speed does start and turn. Perception only does start. So we're gonna give Jahan speed. So how many starting action points do we get? 8? These go up to 9. Damn it. Oh well, it's fine. Now I'm thinking a lot about Medora and Scarlet, and I really think I need to push that strength up just a bit. I need that base strength up because, like, Medora has problems equipping her own weapon if she takes it off. So that's not really a good place to be. Yeah, we have cheese bread. Eat that. Do I have any other things I've yet to try?
As good as a new penny.
Yeah, I'm drinking all that beer and stuff too. Getting hammered over here. So I think bones are considered... Yeah, they're considered ingredients, but you can also eat them. They give you armor. I'm just trying to figure out what all these items do. Hey, that hurts. Cool. Is this gonna keep healing her? Or is it done? It's gonna heal her back up when the Constitution wears off. Yes, back to max health. I love it. You love to see it. Alright, now here's where I'm torn. For me, it's between Constitution and Intelligence. Because on the one hand, I want more intelligence so I can actually do some more magic. But on the other hand, Constitution's really bad. Like, it is really low health because of glass cannon. But also, Constitution gives you more maximum action points. And that actually pairs very well with glass cannon. So I'm gonna do it. Max, yeah, it just went up to 15 now. I don't remember if I ever used the rapier in Dark Souls 2. Back before I switched to great swords, I used to do falchion or scimitar. Those were my go-to weapons. Bottle of beer. Consume that. Chub fish. Nowadays, I'm all about that great sword on Dark Souls. Like when I did my Dark Souls playthrough just before you found my stream, like back in December 2020. Pure great sword. Just dominating. Alright, so actually two things. Great sword, and then, later in the game, Fume Ultra Great Sword. And I think I even started dual wielding Fume Ultra Great Swords. I don't remember if I did that on the last playthrough. That's the thing. On the Twitch playthrough, I don't remember if I was dual wielding Fume Ultra Great Sword, but I might have. Because dual wielding them is really good, but you gotta have some very high stats. Okay, so as for this... Yeah, the thing I was gonna focus on is pushing a couple extra stats up. I want to verify what I was gonna be doing. So it was water and witchcraft, hydrosophist and witchcraft. And nobody else has witchcraft. But I think I was going to focus on hydrosophist maybe. Or I just forget about doing as much magic. I could do like leadership. Because that helps out like everybody. As long as they're near enough. This will cost 3 points. Yeah, I'm gonna do this, but I'm gonna do it this way. Now I've spent the point. Now, because I want to see what level 3 does. Boosts initiative, damage, chance to hit, and critical chance. Okay, yeah, I like that. Now, if I wanted to do it again, it would be also boosting armor. But alternatively, I was thinking about doing bodybuilding and willpower. I think those are especially helpful with glass cannon because he's so weak health-wise. Those status effects can be the difference between surviving and dying. Now, unfortunately, even though we just spent all that time leveling up, we just spent all that time shopping, we gotta go shopping again. Also, Tusk, how is this race, this Dark Souls race working? Is it just... Are you comparing the total time of, like, your save files, or just whoever beats the game first? Because if, like, you just stayed up 24 hours a day playing it, you might have a longer save file, but you might beat the game first. So how are you guys doing that? We got rain.
I'm tripping.
I spy 2 little eyes, all smashed to bits against the...
All right then. Some interesting dialogue going on there. Horton.
An intact finger. Just what that deviant of an orc was looking for. Oh there. A word of warning, wanderer, before you continue on your merry way. See these corpses here? Be a good fellow and take them as a hint that this town isn't the pastoral little paradise it once was.
This strength ring is actually... Ooh. Maybe Medora wants that. Be better than the shitty Lore Master ring she has. On top of that, we got craftable, or we got crafting items here. I was gonna say craftables, but then throwing the word items on it just felt wrong. Had to correct it. It's just so expensive, right? It's absurd. Actually, no, take the money back. 75.59, 71, yeah. It's cheaper if I do it. And when it's like 400 gold cheaper, that is worth it. So we're gonna pass this ring on to Medora. And we'll see what Horton here has to say.
Immaculates, orcs and humans both, have taken Hunter's Edge. Its villagers are now slaves in the mines to the west, or they've been bled dry of their last drop of life, reduced to mere fuel that must light the wicked candle that is Bloodstone. Long as you live in the limbo between coming and going, though, why not have a look at what I have to sell? You'd be surprised to see what a scouring skeleton can gather together in a dying town.
Anything vital I need to know about Hunter's Edge?
Yeah! Well, don't go round angering Immaculates if you want to keep your vitals intact. Though perhaps it won't be very long before they have a stab at one another's vitals instead. I have the feeling there's trouble brewing between the orcs and the humans in there, and who can blame them, really? Just ain't natural for them to consort, I say. Only good orc... Well, you know how the phrase goes.
And who are you exactly?
Can't say I remember who I was before the change came over me, but these days I'm a travelling trader of sorts. There's an immaculate necromancer in the village ahead. She's the one who brought me back from, well, wherever I was. She's an especially bright one, you know. Most necromancers can only revive a dead corpse into an animated one, but she manages to yank back some semblance of consciousness too. I don't remember much, but the thrill of trade certainly calls to me. Maybe I was a merchant in my former life. Who knows?
Do you know what I was in my former life? I can tell you.
I was a North American fall webworm in my past life. Oh, those were the good old days. What were you in your former life?
These days, most undead are busy haunting Syceal or picking the way in the Lucula mines. But I keep a low profile and stay out of sight. Haven't been bothered by an immaculate yet, and I hope to keep it that way.
I met a skeleton that looked just like you. She gave me some strange weapons.
I know the weapons of which you speak. I've even hidden away a piece of one myself. I had planned to pass it down to my son, but... Or maybe you could make better use of it now?
So you remember that much about yourself. That's interesting. Is it in your inventory? Or are you just gonna give it to me? You're gonna update? Okay, you updated. No. Map? La mapa? What's up here? What the fuck? So we have Zandalor's house down there, and we have Source Temple up there.
I miss my nose. Must smell like delicious spit roast around here.
He misses his nose. I see cats. I see Arhu. What's up, dude?
Source Hunter, welcome, welcome.
Uh-oh. No.
You. Come on. Time's a wasting.
I bet Arhu's here because he wants to fuck that other cat. I've learned about the relationship between Zandalor and the Witch Sisters. You told me... No, we've already done that.
Time's a wasting.
Arhu. Actually, let me just click through it so it's not showing up anymore.
Yes, that was a small
Arhu, what are you
fib
doing
on
here,
my
step
part,
bro?
I'm afraid. I'm watching on with weary eyes how the Immaculates strike again. They've gone from shedding blood among their own to recruiting orcs and cutthroats to do it for them. From what I can tell, the village of Hunter's Edge is this cult's most wretched victim.
What have you discovered about this place?
It was once a quiet sort of village. Families and small-time merchants mostly. Recently, it was targeted by a tribe of orcs waving the Immaculate banner. Their leader, Grutilda, is known far and wide for her cruelty and cunning. She oversaw the murder of countless villagers and used their blood to fuel a great number of bloodstones. Once they were dead, they were reanimated as undead corpses and sent to work in the mines of Lacula. By order of Leandra, the orcs were joined by a tribe of humans from the northern peaks of Tanneroth. A band of male warriors are they, and they devote allegiance to their leader, Jahrl. Jahrl arrived with his own formidable supply of bloodstones, which means his tribe has been operating under directions from the conduit for some time. Where once they ransacked for base pleasure and material gain, now they do it by the will of the goddess. These are far from the blindly devoted Immaculates of Silverglen, however. The orcs and the humans here alternate between bitter fighting and hostile peace. Personally, I believe they're best exploited through their rivalry. Get them to fight each other, and you can stand on the sidelines and warm yourself upon the flames.
Zandalor lives in this village. Got any pointers for me?
He has a residence at the far end of town. Though I have my doubts he's having people over for tea now that the Immaculates have landed. Know that Zandalor is wily, so beware. If a wizard doesn't want you in his home, you'll know it. Pity the intruder that heedlessly tries to waltz his way into that dwelling. Nevertheless, his house is the very place you'll want to search. The accumulated knowledge stored there is quite phenomenal, and beyond a doubt, one of Leandra's most urgent pursuits.
Alrighty, I'll take my leave. What about this other... Where'd she go? Oh, there she is. Right up on Medora's leg.
Hey, you! Come on, time's a wasting.
Jinxica.
You can speak. You don't look like a tribesman or orc, but I suppose I can't be certain. Then again, I've never heard of a dark soul gifted with the speech of the wild.
Tell me about yourself.
Jinxica is my name, and until recently I lived a placid sort of life among the people of Hunter's Edge. The baker might leave me a bit of milk left over from this breakfast. The barkeep stroked my back between filling glasses. I had many friends here, but none so dear as a little trio. A married pair and their daughter, employed by the wizard to keep his home. They spent many long hours squashing fleas that plagued me and shared their warm beds with me each night. If you come to this village to help and not to harm, you might be able to save those 3 kind souls from the orcs that have invaded. Ugh, such misery in our sad town.
What do you know about this wizard?
A kind but private man he is. He set up his home here several years ago, but never remained there long enough before jetting off to tend to some matter or other. The Dark Invaders seem very interested in him indeed. They've been skulking around outside the house since they arrived, but not even one of their filthy vermin can penetrate the wizard's protective enchantments.
You say orcs invaded this place?
Would that an invasion were all! They destroyed every crumb of life they could find and sent their filthy rats to seek out those who evaded them. Each life they took infused their strange stones with power. Their queen glowed with delight as a parade of victims were slain before her. It was as though she was taking in a beautiful song. The human tribe came shortly after. They had their own supply of the glowing stones, and the orc queen took no easy liking to them. Still, it seems they are working towards some similar goal. They haven't destroyed one another. Yet.
Tell me about your friends, the wizard's servants.
They've survived this carnage so far by concealing themselves most cleverly. I've done my best to guard their hiding place from the slime-bellied rats, attempting to sniff them out. But I fear my efforts aren't enough. Until the village has been rid of vermin, those 3 sweet souls may be found at any time.
So the orcs are using rats to their advantage?
Savages by savages employed. The orcs have one among them, the rat catcher they call him, who claims to have trained rats to do his bidding. They've swarmed the place in search of hidden villagers, and unless every last one of them is split from tail to snout, they're sure to find my friends. But you're not like the brutes inside those walls. No, you approached me with hand, not boot, outstretched. Perhaps you could help me. With these rats running about, it's only a matter of time before my friends are caught. They must be squashed, every last one of them. I've done my best so far, but there are simply too many for one set of claws to handle. With your help, though, with your help, it could be done. The rats gone, my friends safe.
I see you found another feline friend there.
Oh, that bothersome old Tom. No, he and I are hardly friendly, much less friends. I've much more important things on my mind than him and his incessant pestering.
I told you who's trying to bang.
I can slip through these walls as I please, but you'll need to find your own way into the village. And remember, my friend, kill every last rat you find, or 3 dear souls will be lost.
Who trying to get him some of that pussy? You know, because she's literally a cat. There's a lot of barley here. Isn't that what you make beer out of?
It seems we've already harvested the last of the ripe barley. It seems we've already harvested the last of the ripe barley. It seems we've already harvested the
I'm confused.
last of the ripe barley.
Oh, we just get one big sack. It's not individual. They all show up individually, but weird. Okay, whatever. Pumpkins.
Making like a cake. Muscles strong as marble, yeah.
I'm overheating here.
Alright, calm down. It's just a campfire. It's not gonna hurt you. I forget what I was looking for about Jahan the other day, but I found a Reddit post from somebody talking about how they hate Jahan. And it was like 8 paragraphs long or something, and they just go on and 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 on about how much they hate Jahan. And all I could think is like, show me on the doll where Jahan touched you. Like, what the fuck, dude? No, you're not. The rain stopped. I was hoping to find another teleporter, another waypoint. Not having any luck on that yet. You know, I was thinking about something the other day, and it got me really excited.
I feel like I've just had
I was thinking about Factorio. Actually, it started... I don't remember what got me started on this, but I was thinking about geothermal heating and cooling. And the idea of... essentially, once you get to a certain... Oh, there's a cave there. Essentially, once you get to a certain point below ground, it's pretty stable temperature-wise. So geothermal heating and cooling, you could take advantage of that. And something that was on my mind with it is like Factorio, if you had to manage temperatures of things or something. And like, don't ask why geothermal heating and cooling turned into a Factorio thought. But I started thinking about it, and it turned into Factorio with Z levels, and the idea of being able to like go underground and build things underground. either build a piping system underground to use that to channel the heat, to take you know, for like heat sinks basically, and then use the underground temperature that's going to be naturally cooler to siphon off that heat basically, or have maybe a more complex system that you can build underground, or even just build things completely underground. But then I realized I'm basically just describing Oxygen Not Included, aren't I? I mean, that game is exactly that. That game is, I mean, it's not Factorio level, but it is a game where you... It's like Dwarf Fortress, where you basically tell your dudes what to do, and you can have a lot of automation. And, oh, check that in a minute. You kind of have a lot of automation tied to it. And what was the other thing I was going to say? Oh, and it's got all the temperature and everything. It's got like a temperature system, and depending on the materials, like the type of rock and everything, that determines, that basically determines how the temperature propagates throughout your world. So like some things conduct temperature better, they conduct heat better, some things insulate better, etc. And I'm like, yeah, that's basically what I was just saying would be cool in Factorio. So it's like Oxygen Not Included, but like a more industrial level. I think it could still be really cool. Yeah, I don't know if I'm ever going to use these boring rings that do nothing. If so, I can try to buy them back later. I'll forget where they're at, though. Alrighty, what am I gonna do? So for these, if it's just resistance, I'm not gonna use them. I want stat boosts. How are we doing money-wise? We're doing okay. Could be better. Alright, so let's take a look at the wands we have. Let's pass those to Jahan. That's easy to check. Helmet. I kind of like leadership, so we'll keep that. Which means Medora's helmet. How is that? Constitution and armor specialist. Versus just a little bit of health. That's a tough call. It's an extra 8 armor. Armor rating went up, despite armor specialist going down. So I think I'm gonna go with that. And what is Medora's armor? It's 92. Any rings look good. I'm gonna sell most of those rings.
Sheep's cheese, tomatoes.
Alright, boots. Movement, immunity to crippled. What's the defense on that? 36? Okay. Sneaking, movement, some health. It's 35 armor rating. We're gonna stick with that. What are my boots? Pickpocketing and bartering. Yeah, we don't have better boots, I don't think. Now this is interesting. These are strength. They give us dexterity. Unlock Cure Wounds, which we already have. So we could put that on, and I'll hand this over to Medora. Gorgon Bear. Still don't know what Gorgon Bear is. If it's a real cheese or not. I like cheese, but I don't know every cheese in existence. Alright, so all my wands are now handled. I think everything's handled. If we just sell this stuff off, I think we are good to go. We gotta do our shopping run, though.
White cheese, blue cheese, old cheese, new cheese.
I'm just gonna say anything that we're not using now is fair game. Otherwise, it's just gonna sit in my inventory. Might as well make the money off of it.
How lovely to see you again, haver of the beautifully shaped shoulders.
I don't care if they're unique or whatever, it doesn't matter. Doesn't matter how it's sex. Alright, now we'll buy our go by our usual shops and buy the specific items that we normally go for. Also keeping our eyes open for a scope, a sextant, whatever it's called. Probably not finding one.
I've never seen an aura so plagued by ether. Thank us.
I'd love to be proven wrong, though.
Just the earth scroll to ground you.
Excuses more holes than a slice of this fine golden
We need a shop that sells a shit ton of penny bud mushrooms to make healing potions. I mean, I guess we have these like crappy minor healing potions here. We'll buy them. Ooh, they're expensive. We'll buy them anyway, because then we could smush them together to make medium ones. No, I don't like that. It's too expensive. Let's talk to you.
Here for your daily serving of veggies. Please partake of the plumpest produce ever produced.
Apple pie. Yeah, you can really make some interesting craftables in this game.
Back so soon? Can't say I'm surprised.
Welcome back, Source Hunter. More business.
I'm just asking random people what they have for sale to see about that scope.
What? Oh, it's you. What news?
Oh, we could ask him about a lot of stuff. Brachus Rex, the White Witch. Really interesting. There's so much dialogue that's easy to miss. The problem with some of that is that you were told a lot of what to do in the quest, so you don't have to do investigations. You don't have to go ask the mayor, what about Brachus Rex, what about the White Witch? Because the game kind of tells you pretty much everything you need. But I like that it's there.
Well, Source Hunter, you come to the right place, you have. I got every style of equipment to fit you from head to foot, if it's a trade you're after.
Look at that moonstone. Oh, you know who I forgot to go to before? I forgot to go to the End of Time and buy from there. Get that pixie dust over there. That's really a decent ring. 21% fire and 25% water resistance, 1.2 movement. That's decent because that's a lot of resistance. Alright, next up, let's go to the harbor. Let's just check around here again.
Curse them rotten greenskins.
Same as last time, I'm not gonna, you know, talk to every single person. I'm gonna just talk to all the people here on the docks, and then I'm gonna go to my shops in Silver Glen.
Ah, nothing like the smell of the sea. I thought the old...
Yards of my loving nature. Psst. Ever hear about the time the captain sauce here in Seal? Sauce here in Seal? Ever hear about the time the captain took the Duchess of...
Heard anything about the whereabouts of the magic stick yet?
Nope. Actually, we got it back.
Here in Seal?
I thought we told him about it.
Heard anything about the whereabouts of the magic... What? That weasel. I'm sure he'll make a run. Many thanks, sailor.
Oh, he likes us now.
Cecil got his goods. And my reputation is restored to its former splendor. A scallywag can try to steal from Conrad, but in the end, justice sides with the captain.
Cool.
For the joyride. Ha! Now it ain't. He drove it straight.
What about that weathered old tomcat at the inn? What was his name?
Don't forget the time he got caught passing a love note to the Lizard Councillor's wife.
Alright, let's go to Silver Glen. Let's check our shops there. Then we're gonna head up the end of time. And that's a quick shopping trip, though. We're gonna have to walk all over the place like we do here in Silver Glen.
Oh, those damn toll trolls are such a...
No.
Demon Daemonium, and so let the...
Out of the way, human scum!
Ooh, the essences. The essences are useful.
Do you have to hang around here with that look on your face? Oh, come off it. Oh, what look do you mean? That I just caught a whiff of goblin offal stew scrunched up look.
Essences are actually pretty good. And I should be buying them.
Hello again, or do a salutoin, as we say in our homeland.
Getting to the point where I'm buying so many items for crafting, and I'm probably not going to use most of them.
Look at you, Alfie. Oh, they didn't attack him.
3 initiative. Wow. It's pretty good. I'm not going to buy it. I'm going to hold off. I'm going to be, I'm going to stay strong. 2 perception helmet, though. Yeah, that's worth it. It's a pretty substantial armor boost. It's a health boost and 2 perception. Wow. Yeah, I'm going to do that. It's only like 4 grand as well.
Take whatever you like from...
What do you mean take whatever I like? You just made me pay 4 grand for that helmet. Come on.
Doesn't look like your best work there, dear. You're tired, aren't you? I told you you'd be.
I do wish you'd stop interrupting me. It's so good of you to drop by, my liege. As always,
What if there's a
be
better
welcome.
perception helmet like this one? Oh no. This is 7 more armor. Shit. Do I care about the 1 sneaking? No, not really. If I want to sneak, I'm just gonna go invisible. So let's just buy that, fuck it. We'll have to sell them at some point. That was dumb. What is my action point? Let's see, we start with 12. No, yeah, we start with 13, my bad. Let me take my helmet off. What do I start with now? I start with 12. And this pushes me up to 13. Okay, cool. Useful. If they give me a scope, I can go upgrade Heartseeker right now. Otherwise, I'm basically waiting until like level 20 or 21 to make my own bow that can outperform Heartseeker.
Right, stranger. The rot is cured. Little word of warning, traveler.
My, we're a mile from the goblin camp.
Yeah, what do you have? Passat?
Greetings, friend. Her
A
greatness gave
ring.
us fire, her greatness gave us earth, and my savvy brings you spells at the best rate in town. Come, give me your best offer.
I think it's gonna be hard to top Jahen's rings.
Where the wind blows, the goddess breathes. Where the rivers run.
The fact that he has two intelligence, 2 constitution rings is pretty based. So he's got a shit ton of health. He's got more health than the melee fighters because of those rings.
Leave me!
Rejoice, stranger. The rot is cured.
Yeah, so he's got a shit ton of health, and then that intelligence bonus is just obscene.
It must be that you can hardly wait to purchase an ingredient or two for a very urgent recipe. I'll forgive this imposition if you'll make me a generous offer.
You want to buy those? Yeah, I do. I got plans. So I can say the essences, the like earth and fire essences, all that, they can be used on your armor to add that defense. Ooh, tormented soul.
Magical relics can I offer you? Blessed by the goddess they are, each and all.
So if we want to add earth defense, for example, to the to our armor, we put an earth essence on the armor. Now the alternative is we can use a ruby, which puts all defenses on the armor. But rubies are really rare.
A mile away from the goblin camp beyond the...
The essences are not quite so rare.
Conduit's grace upon you, friend.
Yeah, little word of warning, traveler. The lands to the north.
Rejoice, stranger!
Watch where you're going. These beauties will pierce you to the bone. So, do you fancy a trade then? Come now, before my ale arrives.
Alright, I think we're done shopping, basically.
Well, no wonder.
Except for the end of time. Yeah, what I'm kind of planning on doing later is once we get our kind of end game set of armor, upgrade it and make people super resistant to everything. It's gonna be busted. It's gonna be awesome. Let's go to the end of time. Everyone's a bit happier now because this place isn't being bombarded every few seconds. Hey, there's Mythics. We saved him.
Oh, you! It's you again. About that pot of tea. I was just having a look about, but it seems we've neither kettle, nor cup, nor water, nor leaves, nor any of the lot. I tried asking Master Zigzags, but he's quite lost in his own world, isn't he?
Are you getting along all right?
Yes, quite fine. Much better than a goblin-infested jail cell, this is. Though I must say, I do quite miss the hum and the clank of the blood devils, the churn and crunch of metal. It's in an imp's blood, after all. But stars are nice, too. Cold, remote stars off in the distance. Nah.
What do you make of this place?
Oh, it's nothing a few furnaces and gears couldn't improve. Our Master Zigzags may have forgotten Imp's work, but hear you me, it's in our blood.
Cool. We talked to every single imp.
I'd say hello, but I'd much rather
Whoa, that's a
say
humongous potion. Huge healing potion.
Hey,
on. No need for shoving now. Oh my word! Oh my heavens! A source. Found any interest in treasure, Source Hunter? Greetings, Source Hunter. I've a great many questions, and so the mystery. Hello, my
How can I help
friend.
you?
Well, to start, I do quite wonder how this place came to be. A shelter plane at the end of time? Incredible! Next, I'm curious if you could tell me the exact weight of your partner. I'm guessing somewhere in the area of 24,670 raccoons, but I can't be totally certain.
That's interesting. Notice it's 24.670. That's a European thing, right? So in the US, we'd put a comma. So in my brain, I read that 24.670, not 24,000.
If you had time, I'd also like to inquire after your dear mother. How is her health these days? And that rash on her right cheek, healed, I presume?
It shall be my pleasure,
And
sir.
finally, compasses. How in the God's 7 names do they work?
I'm sorry, Sir Imp, but I must take my leave. Sir Imp? Simp? Alright, let's talk to the Weaver. Get that pixie dust. We'll get the needles and threads and stuff too. They're cheap. And Zigzags does not sell. Ikara?
What's the word, Source Hunter?
How can I help you, my friend?
He has an intelligence and speed ring. See, that is tough, because it would be tempting to give that the J-hand instead of the intelligence constitution.
There is magic to this.
I think I'm not gonna do it though.
No matter how forlorn.
But it is not so much forlorn.
Have you seen my magic
Alrighty.
all kinds of wonders stashed inside?
Let's hop out here. And I am going to step away for a few minutes, take a short break, and I will be back 3-4 minutes, something like that maybe. I'll catch you on the other side, and we will go back and really check out Hunter's Edge and stuff. It's finally time. Alright, I'll catch you on the other side. Alright, I'm back. And I'm where I said like 3 or 4 minutes. And you might think that was more than 3 or 4 minutes, but we're actually working on Dragon Ball Z timelines here. So it was really... I was only gone for 26 seconds, okay? You're just looking at it in the wrong time scale. Alright, let's get back to it. So I feel like I wanted to do something. Oh, we got a thing here. We got some stuff here. Alistair. Meridino treasure hunt flyer. Tomek and Celia won't have my hand-me-downs, and that's that. I'll hide every last one of my treasures in a haunted forest if that's what it takes. If I should ever want to visit my things, all I must do is check my handy map, and this enchanted parchment shall mark each location clearly. Once Meridinos, always Meridinos. Sweet. Oh, we've been there. Let's just head all the way back down here. So we can go this way, which leads us to that cave. Or we can just go to the front door, which is down here. Let's go to the front door and see what happens. Let us check out Hunter's Edge, yeah? Alright, I assume we're gonna have to do persuasion, so let's just get ready for it.
You there, Flatlander. Stay your business.
Persuasion is better than the Immaculate Amulet, because I think we'll get more experience. So, you've no reason to fear me. I'm an Immaculate, same as you, and I wish only to speak to your leader.
You look a bit too scrawny to do much damage, even if you tried. In the worst case, the orcs would cut you into roast if you tried anything funny. If you're looking for the leaders around here, you've got two to choose from. Jahrl, the chief of Weir the Mountain, and Grutilda, the gnashing orc she-devil. I'd tell you to enjoy your stay, but I don't think you're here for the fun of it.
Yeah, we'll check all three of them. I want my scope.
Fresh face that ain't Greek. Broodblooders of Jahrl, stuck in this orc-infested jump. I swear I'll start taking heads if we don't get out of here soon. Conduit's orders on you.
Yo, I got a mad sneeze building.
You don't look like the rest of the Immaculates that passed through here. Which tribe did you say you were from?
Comrade, did you hear that? It sounds like these Immaculates are at odds with the local orc savages. We may be able to turn this to our advantage. I'll keep a sharp eye out for anything we could use to nudge these factions closer to chaos. If we can get them to destroy each other, we'll kill two birds without even having to pick up a stone. Nothing would please me more than seeing Hunter's Edge cleared of the scum that destroyed it. I may not be able to undo the past, but together, we can dole out justice for those who've suffered.
Beneath those boots.
Is that what you call those thimbles on your toesies?
Alrighty.
Blasted mosquitoes. Never a moment's peace with these filthy vermin buzzing in me. Oh, brother, I've crossed me pests. 'Tweren't a tiny winged bloodsucker whining at me, but a tiny-footed one.
Tell me about yourself.
Brother, I think the human's asking me a question. Think I ought to tell the tiny pest who I am? Ought I tell her I lost us all in a scuffle with another ickle human? Maybe it was this one's brother. That pesky bugger might have got me on. But I've got something too. It's weird.
Cool.
Your mother's orders are the only ones we hear. I'd sooner snap my own tusk off than salute that old human. Even an answer.
What do you want, Blacklander? If you're it.
Yeah, they really don't like each other.
Gorag doesn't look so fearsome without his second horn. And to think, it was a human who managed to snap it clean off. They say humans and orcs don't get along, but I've seen a pair as thick as a troll's toe hair.
So some of them do get along, is that what you're saying?
Oh, I could do with a cold drink.
They're keeping the peace for now. Chief's orders. That other tusk's yours to keep in the
Yeah, we got a lot of stuff here. Dude, this place is kind of screwed up. Like, people used to live here. Just a normal little village. And these guys run the show now. They took the whole thing over. And Medora's still sad about it. She feels like she failed. They want to fight. Yeah, if you're listening to them, they just like threatening each. They're just threatening each other. All kinds of stuff out there. We have a rat hole here.
Many rats scurry in and out of this hole. Where it leads is uncertain.
I think what we can do is take cheese and poison, right? We made poisoned cheese.
Many rats scurry in and out. Many rats
No?
scurry in and out of this hole. Where it leads is uncertain.
I mean, we clearly could make it, but it didn't let me use it on the hole.
That other tusk's yours to keep in the meantime.
He keeps saying tusk. Hey, warrior, sell me a scope. Oh, we got another,
Am I gazing at the holders of souls? Or am
yeah.
I wrong altogether?
Hello again. Do you bring good news?
Yeah, we might talk to him in a little bit. Undead guy here.
I haven't got a hole in my pocket, have I?
My kingdom for a dry shirt.
Behold these skulls bereft of the lips with which they kissed.
Big ugly brute making me do his dirty work. I bet his skull would make a lovely goblet for Jahrl's.
I think given that we're about 2.5 hours in, we should be able to do most of Hunter's Edge today.
You know damn well I wouldn't touch anything of yours with a 10-hand pole.
So it was Johnston that came admission just as you were waltzing through here? Your mother won't believe it for a moment. Well, well, well. Thought you could get away with it, did ya? Don't look so confused, Pinky. The armory key. Hand it over.
What are you doing here, step bro?
Painting my toenails pale lilac, of course. What does it look like, you ape? I'm hunting for a missing key. I'm the All-Mother's right hand. If there's something she needs done by someone she knows can do it, I'm the one she calls. This little key ordeal, don't change that.
Let's discuss that missing key of yours.
It's small, metal, fits in a keyhole. Help us look or shove off, will ya? I've got to find the key before the old mother finds out it's missing, or she'll carve a spear at me right tusk.
I will take my leave.
So the key to the armory is missing. It could prove rather worth our time to find it.
One side. I ain't got time for chatting till I find the damn thing.
Humans the one talking.
Tell me about yourself.
What does that matter? Quit buzzing in my ear before I squash you like we did the rest of the pests in this blasted place.
That orc seems to be in a bit of a panic.
You'd be too if you'd misplaced something of Grutilda's. I once saw her skin her own foot soldier alive for mispronouncing All-Mother. And he'd only done it after she'd knocked his teeth out for sneezing in her presence.
Damn.
What's worse is, the coward's blaming his troubles on me, only because I happened to be passing by when he noticed his armory key was missing. I'd tell him to piss off and be on my way, but he threatened to tell Grutilda it's me who stole it. Somehow, I doubt I'll get to tell my side of things before my head was shorn clear off.
What do you know about the key to the armory?
Not a damn thing in all the 12 hills of hell. This idiot orc has no idea where he's lost the damn thing. So he's taken to blaming me, a passerby. It's just like an orc to save his own skin by flaying someone else.
Cool. We have cheese. Painting of a man.
I haven't got a hole in my pocket, have I?
Wonder if it's going to be in here or somewhere else. I can't help but notice we have a trap door right here. Poisonous creatures. What does this book have to say? A detailed and very well written book about all kinds of exotic creatures and their poisons. Wait, what's this log entry? Oh, we overheard an orc and tribesman professing their love for one another.
Once the battle's over, love's all that's left to turn to.
I didn't know we were overhearing that right now, because it was pretty quiet. Right, let's see. What does this trapdoor lead to? Okay, yeah, this is pot still. Why is it shaking? Can we not do that, game? That's really annoying. Alright, we've got the book to read now. Shaking is better. Now it's worse. Depends on the angle. On the art of making single malt whiskey. Is that a British English thing? I thought whiskey has an E, right? So, okay. On the art of making single malt whiskey. A single malt whiskey starts in the fields where the barley grows. Ample rain, followed by a relatively dry season, produces an excellent barley. Once harvested, the barley must be milled to create grist. Mix the grist with well water and it will fast become a rich brown wort. Increase the wort's alcoholic content by way of a pot still. This distillation process will leave you with a lovely spirit. And now, patience. Allow the spirit to age over the course of several decades to create a drink worthy of the finest guests. Okay. So we have barley. We can mill it, then mix that with well water. Also, this has been bothering me and I keep forgetting to do it. Can we go ahead and do that? No, this is the still.
A stitch in time, eh, my friends?
Back on my feet again.
On the mend.
We'll try that.
A stitch in time, hey, my friend.
We'll try that at some point. I mentioned it before that you could actually make alcohol.
I feel better already.
I haven't got a hole in my pocket, have I?
Get again, dogfish. Back on my feet again. You smell the wounded hog.
It's no surprise a dainty thing like you can look at a must. Shall I run you a bubble bath, darling? Lace it with rose oil, shall I?
What do you mean by? Damned if I bother justifying my manners to a beast like you.
What's all this about your mannered small bones? I'd like to hear more on that subject.
Oh my.
Your mind's as filthy as your underarms. Go suck on a sick troll's seeping nostrils, will you?
Oh, a bit of fight left in you after all. But why'd I go for a troll when I've got so many tasty humans right here in town? You must be itching to lose your fingers if you dare disturb my camp, human.
What are you playing at, Toadskin? Watch how you address us, you betters. You did hear how Ownless Gorak got his name after all.
Yeah, piss off then. Go and gab amongst yourselves like a pair of chickens, why don't ya?
What are the two of you doing here?
I could ask the same of you, small bones. I don't go stopping up to you in the ballet class demanding to know which pirouette you're doing next, do I?
I overheard you whispering together. You're in love, are you not?
What? That's disgusting. A tiny pink-fleshed human and an orc like myself? Why, I've got eyes for the great Grutilda alone.
Uli, we can't hide forever.
Hide what? You think this stranger knows anything about the two of us, old freak? I tell you now, that twerp don't know a thing.
Enough, Uli. Enough. Surely this stranger has no reason to put us in harm's way. We're all sworn immaculates here, are we not? There are certain secrets that perhaps we, beneath the goddess's eye, may share in good faith.
Tell me your story.
Well, first thing you have to understand, we orcs aren't made to love it all. Nah, we're born devoted to our queen, and to her we turn all our attentions. To seek fulfillment outside the queen's graces, well, it's a treason committed only once in a red moon among we orcs. And the penalties, a terrible death. When we first took the village, I couldn't tell Ulfric apart from the rest of the pink little ants scurrying about. A human was a human, as far as I was concerned.
As for me, Ulor stood out right away. The curve of his horns, his regal bearing. It was fascinating. I'd never seen an orc as anything but an enemy. But suddenly, I couldn't keep my eyes off this great green brute. I suppose my staring was rather conspicuous.
You suppose? Oh, I thought you were aiming to slit my throat the way you were watching me.
I couldn't help myself. It was almost supernatural. But when Ulor marched over to me, club in hand, to address my strange behavior, something happened.
They fucked.
Love at first sight, if you can believe it. I came over aiming for a fight, but all I found in Ulfric's eyes was, well, whatever it was, it hasn't left me since.
Well, it seems I must make a choice regarding how to handle this curious situation.
Please. If you've any mind for sparing two fellows a terrible fate, you'll swear to keep our secret to yourself. We committed no sin greater than experiencing a love as sweet and pure as any. But if we were discovered, it would mean certain death for us both.
We swear it indeed. We'll not see anyone harmed for daring to love.
And so, let us speak the oath. Your secret is safe with us.
Oh, friend. Your words are a great relief to my beloved and I can't explain how or why we found these feelings, but there's one thing I know for certain. We are no traitors, and our service to the cause remains true. Your discretion is worth its weight in gold. Goddess bless you.
All right. Doggo! It's a downcast dog. Is he sad?
The dog looks up at you with misery-ridden eyes. Its tail doesn't wag, and when it tries to bark or speak, only silence reaches your ears.
Poor thing. You can't speak, can you?
The dog hangs its head, then looks north. Filled with fury, it barks noiselessly in the direction of the forest.
This is the third... there's a rabbit. What was the second one? It was a deer or something, right? It was near the entrance to the Phantom Forest. And now a dog. And they've all lost their voice. Just like Wolgraf. So that's related to Wolgraf's quest, which I don't think I've ever done.
I feel like I've just had a long bath in a cold lake.
But it's going to be pretty obvious when we get to the point in the game where, like, oh, this is definitely Wolgraf stuff. Even if you haven't done the quest, if you pay attention, it's pretty apparent. What do we have back here?
I'd never have judged a few grimy ground dwellers, and lost ones at that, to be worth all this fuss.
Chief knows what he knows. He says, find the cellar, so that's what we do.
Well, for all he knows, they could be knee-deep in forest muck miles away from here.
The forest?
Oh.
So that settles it. You really are big a buffoon as you look. No one gets into the Phantom Forest, brother. No one.
And the conduit? Chief says she's there as we speak.
That thick brain of yours is better suited for gruel than for thinking. Of course she's there. She's got the goddess within her. Come on then. We've got a cellar to find. Your chatter won't scare it into the open, you know.
They're looking for the family that the cat wanted us to find.
By the wings of Freyo Fuldawn, I bet my left ear there ain't no cellar here. You there? Any cellars popping out the woodwork in your watch?
Nope. I'd tell you if I knew.
Feel anything strange underfoot? The orcs insist there's a cellar here, but we haven't found so much as a hole for squatting.
Why are you searching for a cellar?
Someone got the brilliant inkling that the missing villagers are hiding in a secret cellar. This was their home, but there's no sign of anything more than orcish garbage here.
What can you tell me about those villagers?
The wizard servants they were, and the great queen goon of the orcs thinks they'll know how to get inside the wizard's house. Even if they don't, I suppose she hopes to cut them down, same as the rest of their kin.
Cool. I mean, not really, but that's just what I say to acknowledge dialogue. That's a nice lucky find there.
Plates and rubbish. I ain't a bleeding maid.
Like a charming arrowhead is valuable, in my opinion. And the painting is worth like 800.
Any sign of them?
None here. No hint of that secret cellar either. Who would have thought Flatlanders would be so clever?
Well, keep looking. We'll rip out every board if need be. Chief's orders.
What do we have here? I'm assuming we cannot... Oh, we can pick this lock. Oh, show me what you got, Daddy. Oh no, why did I say that? Why would you say that as you're picking a treasure chest? What is wrong with me? I have problems. So we've already triggered this. There's something going on over here.
I need a drink and a breather.
Garrick was a kind sort of fellow. Always shared his lunch with the god's fairer creatures. Imagine our dismay when that big green beast carried him off.
Many rats scurry in and out of this hole, where where it leads is uncertain.
What if I just put the poison cheese in front of it?
That did this, I'm feeding him his own nethers.
Like manually put a piece there. Oh, I got experience, yes! I feel bad for the rats though. Who are you?
Any rodent with half a mind would recognize me by the diadem encircling my kingly head. I am the king of rats, of course. The ruler and leader of all rodent kind.
I met a cat who asked me to kill as many rats as I could find.
That must be the monster who's been slaughtering my men by the dozens. Kind knight, I, his rodent highness, do make a request. Remove that beast from this town. Spare my men the claw and tooth. I'd consider you a true friend if you'd oblige me in this matter. And the loyalty of my friends never goes unrewarded.
What do you know about the rat catcher?
Touched by madness he is. Imagine an orc believing he could train the god's most intelligent creature. I assure you, it is we who have trained him. We perform the tiniest of tasks, and he rewards us with delicious golden cheese.
What are you doing in this village, step bro?
Responsible for the welfare of each of my subjects, secure the wealth and glory of our kingdom by contracting certain occupations through which we obtain security, honor, and above all, cheese. A certain orc, the one who so erroneously calls himself Rat Catcher, has won our employment. He tells us what to find, and in exchange for a generous wheel of Gorgonber or Gouda, we oblige. I've nearly closed in on this particular target, a trio of stinking humans who I believe to be cowering in their cellar. But I've lost too many men to this bloodthirsty feline. I won't send more troops into the unknown until the beast is caught.
I will take my leave.
Find me in the tavern cellar if you desire a second consultation. The smell of whiskey in there does so delight a king's senses.
Cool, so we got a bunch of experience, and then we got an alternative route to the quest.
I found something.
You ain't got the rot, have you?
Wait, what? No. Did I just save? I know what happened. It's stupid. We should not have been in that fight. I don't know why I saved right when I loaded. We're safe to be here, but that's trespassing. Blood.
You don't look like the rest of the Immaculates that passed through here. Which tribe did you say you were from?
Yeah, so we're not supposed to be in here. So if I walk in here, we'll get into a fight.
You there! The armory's off limits.
This happens.
Take another step and you'll be looking for your teeth at the end of a rainbow.
Point taken, but why mayn't I enter?
Because it's a goddamn crime scene, isn't it? Our bloody bloodstones were stolen. The old bloody lot of them.
Do you have any suspects?
Everybody's pointing their grubby little fingers at Garrick because he was on guard duty at the time.
Yeah, it may be a tad suspicious that now he's missing, but I'll eat pig ball soup if he had anything to do with it.
That sounds disgusting. Pig ball soup? Holy shit.
I mean, just look at this shattered door. There's Orc Headbutt written all over it. But I'm done talking about this mess. Ask Jahrl if you're so bloody interested.
Yeah, that's why we got in trouble.
I told you where you'd find your
I've spotted something interesting.
Now bugger off. This is taking
We're seeing blood.
I need a drink and a breathe.
These blood stains.
So 7 it is.
You don't look like the rest of the Immaculates that passed through here. Which tribe did...
I'm from Silverglen, Flatlanders Bay. Ain't got the rot.
I think we're allowed in here because there's the Jahrl. No, that's not the Jahrl. Is he in there?
I'll add another 10 to the tally.
Hey, you'll not get a peek at these prisoners without Jarl's permission. What's going on in there ain't for the faint of heart anyway. What are you up to sneaking around here? Got a soft spot for those damned to the rack, do you? Well, unless you've orders from Jahrl himself, scram! Or you'll be next in line.
Tell me about yourself.
A son of the mountain am I, and a blood brother of Jahrl besides. Chief placed me in charge of guarding the hatch to the prison cellar. Knows I won't hesitate to split the throat of any man or orc who tried to come or go without Jarl's say-so.
Let's discuss the prisoners kept here.
Want to get your hands on the flare knives, do you? You'll have to see Jarl about that. The way I figure it, he'll be happy to have a reason to change the guard down there. We'll never find out where those villagers are hiding if these orcs club every last witness silly.
Is that him? No, it's an archer.
Brothers are we all. Limbs of the tribe. Jarl is the head, and I am a hand that wields the sword. So what do you want, Bitstain?
Oh, that's very kind. Julian?
Hey, keep your eyes off my cards, Flatlander.
So you lot are interested in cards?
But why not? The looting's done. There ain't much work to go around. A hand or two takes the edge off.
The Hunter's Edge.
Grab a chair and we'll deal you in. If you ain't afraid to lose your boots. We play for keeps. What have we here? New blood looking to place a bet, eh? But hold on. You're coming to our table. This is it, you bunch of pansies. The cards are shuffled. Now, place you back for more, are you? What do you say? Want to play a hand?
Don't mind if I do.
Then let's get it on.
I want 100 gold.
Well, look at that. Want to play another? Then why did you sit down in the first place? Get out of here before I stick my foot so far up your ass, people will think you've got toes for teeth.
That's amusing. I like phrases like that. I'll shove my foot so far up your ass you'll be flossing with... See, it works better if you don't flub it. You'll be flossing with my shoelaces.
Keep your eyes off my cards,
Flossing.
Hey! Keep your hands off my cards, Flatland.
This is taking bloody ages. I need a drink and a breather.
Where is Jahrl? Oh, there's too many voices. I don't like it. There's too many voices at once.
I need to dry off.
I'm overheating.
There's Jahrl.
You might think they'll get away with raising this siege, but you will.
No!
Boot soles of Burl
Hold on.
Boot,
I wanted to listen to that. That was auto dialogue for getting too close. I wanted to listen to them talk.
Let's get the ball rolling here.
Warm as dragon's breath.
You might think you'll get away with raising this siege, but you won't. Those bloodstones are ours. We will have them back.
Who knew vermin could harbour such useful relics? Share in the plunder.
Your laptop Garrick is missing.
Ah, you may not know what it is to be trusted, but you do know what it is to be obeyed. Garrick is a son of the mountain, and he never betrayed me.
And you trust so readily in the feeble hearts of foot soldiers.
Do not cross the sword clan of Tanneroth.
Or what? You'll beat your chests and howl about avenging the seventh moustache of Alfred Moonwolf. Ha!
Can't hear over the soundtrack, lady.
Well, by the boot soles of Burl Boonhammer, what have we here?
Another human in Hunter's Edge. State your business, whelp.
We are Immaculate, sent from Silverglen to assist you.
Hail, Immaculate. By the sickle of Tyr Gutgouger, I'm glad to see another human face here in Hunter's Edge. Not yet another misshapen orcish snout.
If you fancy keeping that human face of yours, I wouldn't take my cues from the chief of the mountain apes. I may have sworn to refrain from carving my name across his back, but yours, I do believe, is free for the taking.
Regular ray of sunshine, isn't she? Don't let her manners fool you, though. Her disposition may be dark, but her wit is bright. Bright and devious. Believe me when I tell you that she's plotting against us as we speak, and would have long given the order to spill our blood if she wasn't leashed by the orders of the conduit herself. But by the shield of the Stormbringer, she'll not outfox the sworn brothers of Tanneroth. And I sincerely hope she won't outfox the likes of you either. You belong to the Silverglen tribe, I take it. Thought you were all holed up in Highbeheim. But it pleases me to see some of your number have come to Hunter's Edge. Yes, an outsider not as yet distrusted by the orcs is exactly what I need in the matter of the missing bloodstones and the matter of the wizard's house. But let's talk in my headquarters over yonder. For by the beard of the Bear Slayer, there are too many green ears around here.
Let's see what this arcane text guy has. Stabbig.
My auger's flame kindles at your approach. In the market for some magical artifacts and scrolls, are you?
What sort of wares do you have?
Anything and everything left behind by vermin after we've exterminated them. And I must say, some of these roaches have mighty fine taste. The All-Mother chooses first from among the spoils, and the rest she grants to us to use or turn to profit.
Probably nothing I want. Invulnerability skill book. I mean, of course I want that, but I can't use it. Okay, a strength 2 constitution ring, huh? That's really good. Yeah, I'm gonna get that. I'm gonna pass that to Medora. Because that lore master is like meh. Alright, let's go see what the Jahrl guy has to say.
Your sword never sully, and your shield never shatter.
Who are you?
I am Jahrl Woodokson, father among brothers, son among the mountains. Me and mine hail from the snow-capped heights of Tanneroth, the very thrones of the world. Our lives are devoted to the hunt. Every town and every city we find, we plunder, burn and put to the sword. Sacrifices are they all to the might of the mountains, tokens of reverence to the power of the peaks. Gods we have plenty, of war, of death and of victory. But now, a goddess we have too. Aye, we have seen the workings of Bloodstone, and loyal are we to she who unites in blood. By the teeth of Jahrl Wolfjaw, as immaculate shall we rule the world.
What is your purpose here in Hunter's Edge?
The conduit asked us to do what we do best. Invade and destroy. She set us on our way with a store of Starstones, ready to be charged and, once made into Bloodstones, sent to you folks in the mines of Luculla.
We didn't know Grutilda's dogs had beat us there by a half day, but no matter. There were still plenty of strays to be caught and bled by the time we arrived. Now all that's left is finding a way into the wizard's house. The conduit's looking for something inside.
Now we're here waiting for further orders from the conduit herself. She's gone into the Phantom Forest nearby, but we expect to hear from her shortly. I only hope we'll have the matter of the missing bloodstones sorted by then. I'll not have a soul saying we of the mountain failed to follow through.
Well, tell me more about the wizard.
I don't know much about him, to be frank, and I don't care to. The conduit says he's in possession of an artifact she needs, which is why we've been trying to gain entry to his house. But by the boots of our like troll tramper, the key hasn't been forged yet that will unfasten the magical seals that encase that bedeviled sorcerer's abode.
Let's discuss the wizard's servants.
The deal is this. When we attacked Hunter's Edge, we and the orcs had the village completely surrounded to ensure no one could escape. The plan was a good one, for only some blacksmith and his wife managed to flee after their little demon of a pet bit an orc's arm off.
Oh, we know them. We helped them out. That was Alfie.
The wizard and his servants eluded us, but we know that the servants at least are still hiding somewhere around town. We need to find those damn people so they can tell us how to gain entry to the wizard's house. My men have been searching the village non-stop, and the orcs have put their rat herder on the job. But we also have some surviving villagers holed up down in the cellar. An orc torturer, courtesy of Grutilda, has been trying to find out where the servants are hiding, but has no finesse whatsoever, and almost instantly kills his victims. We've offered to do it for him, but Grutilda remains adamant he's the best of the best. Maybe you'd have better luck, though, if you're up for a spot of torture.
Let's talk about the orcs. What's your opinion about them?
The orcs? No, I respect their warlike nature, for it's like ours. I respect their lust for slaughter, for we share it with them. I respect their loyalty to their leader, for I am likewise respected by my brothers. But when push comes to shove, I'd flay them all, wear their skins, and never rest until the very last one of them lay at my feet with my broadaxe nestling in its belly. Why, you may ask? Why hate them when you and them are so alike? I hate them because we are alike. I hate them because I know ours is a hate they reciprocate with blazing fury. Like two dragons are we that must share a single lair. Can't be done. Sooner or later, talons will rise and fire burst forth until one is victorious and the other's flesh is used to celebrate the victory. So it is with the Sworn of Tanneroth, and so it is with the Orcs of the Wild. One day the battle must be. One day we will feast or be feasted upon.
And tell me more about the leader of the orcs.
Grutilda is worshipped like a goddess by her troops, and she rules like a deity too. All-knowing, all-powerful and merciless. She's smart and ruthless, truly an opponent to be feared. Exactly the kind of opponent I like. The conduit was wise to go to the orcs with promises of allegiance, for they are a force that few in Riverlong can withstand. But she also knows that the pack cannot last. She's well aware the orcs will eventually go their own way, be they sworn immaculates or not. She needn't fear them, of course. The conduit is constructing an army of warriors even the orcs behold with dread. But it is we brothers of the mountains that may have to bear the brunt of their onslaught when things go sour. Grutilda knows the pack was never meant to last. She understands she's being used as a battering ram, as a tool to breach the gates and clear the path to triumph, only to be discarded by its operators when the true prize is in sight. She knows, and she's plotting her revenge. I can see it in those feral eyes of hers. She's surrounded by her elite. She whispers poisonous orders in the ears of her vile rat herder. No, it's no coincidence all her bloodstones have gone missing. By the hammer of Fjord Alkmount, I just know she's planning a nightmare. For her dreams are our tethers to suffer. And with the Spinebreaker at her side, it's a terrible nightmare she's concocted.
You mentioned a rat herder?
Aye. An orc so vile it has taken rats for pets. They swarm about him like fleas do the rest of his kind, but even they eye him with disgust. Nevertheless, it's my belief that unlike the other males among the orcs, he's no fool. He's a spy, a discoverer of secrets. Right now he's looking for the lost wizard servants, and gods protect them if he finds them. We would merely kill him. That rat lover on the other hand. Where we go, death is the horror that looms behind us. Where he goes, death is a mercy always out of reach.
Who's this Spinebreaker you mentioned?
Grutilda's hulking horrible dog. Built like a brick house and with a mind as black as pitch.
He's a brick
He wouldn't inflict
house.
on any man, woman, or child his mistress marked.
Grutilda stores him above the tavern and sends him playthings one at a time. A sentence worse than death.
Let's discuss the missing bloodstones.
The bloodstones are the reason we came here in the first place. The conduit has need of star stones imbued with human blood so she can create her death knights. Both the Brotherhood and the orcs were given their share of stones, and we filled them to the brim with blood, then stored them for the conduit to collect when she returns from Phantom Forest. Last night, though, someone raided this very building and disappeared with our stones. They were being guarded by Garrick Giantbane, a son of the mountain had in trust with my life. Grutilda says he ran off with the bloodstones, that he is a betrayer to the cause of Immaculates. But I know this to be untrue. The orcs stole the stones. Of that I'm certain. Grutilda is hatching some plan, and we'll all be in dire straits indeed if it comes to fruition. Those stones make her powerful. Too powerful. We need them back. But every orc eyes us, peak dwellers, with suspicion. That is why I ask of you to find proof. Proof that it was an orc that did the deed. Once I have it, I have a reason to assault the orcs without risking the wrath of the conduit. She'll not stand for theft among Immaculates. So find me that proof, and we'll slaughter the orcs together.
Alrighty.
This wizard must be Zandalor. Thankfully, these bloodthirsty brutes haven't found him yet.
Let's hope we catch up with him before they do.
Great grim gods, comrade. The Spinebreaker. Norok, he's called. He's the bleeding brute. The green-faced gargoyle who... I must face him. Face him and destroy him before he can claim another victim.
No reason to keep ignoring. No, go screw yourself with a rusty mace, why don't you?
When we meet... I don't know, it's... We're going to, that's the problem. But I'll say, be patient, we're going to do it. So be patient, we can't blow our cover over a personal vendetta. That's cautious. Ah, man, I don't know. No, let's do the first one.
Comrade, well, I can't tell you how much with you by my side, I'll face the monster head on and make him pay for what he's done. It will be an honor. In the name of the Order.
Is this vindictive? Oh, we didn't get anything. Okay.
I need a drink and a breather.
We didn't get permission to go down, though, did we?
The one Jahrl sent it up. Jahrl gave you the old
Oh.
plate to try your hand, did he? All the better. That big brute downstairs hasn't the faintest idea what he's doing. Clubs witness after witness over the head, smashing him to bits before we can get so much as a word out of him.
Oh yeah, he opened it.
Hey, alongside the bed.
Are you gonna get out, are you? You won't look so shiny-eyed when that big mean orc comes for you. Here to take over for those half-wits, are you? Thank the goddess's gilded garter. Now we'll get some progress underway.
What's your assignment here?
My assignment? Well, we guards are Jarl's eyes and ears, see? We keep watch over these prisoners, sure, but we listen in on the goings-on inside the torturer's chambers, too. Never know what them greenskins could be withholding. Not to mention the way they keep the armory under lock and key, like we was working for them, you know?
What do you know about the torturers here?
The man in charge is a great green goon, an orc named Law. At his right hand, he's got a snivelling little goblin named... well, I reckon it don't much matter. Their heavy-handed inquisition has killed so many prisoners. We're down to our last few out of a score or more. Amateurs.
What can you tell me about the prisoners?
Standard fare. Frightened, good-for-nothing weaklings if I ever saw them. There's 2 in lockup now, with a 3rd getting the treatment on the torturer's rack. I say, if we don't find out something useful soon, all this trouble will have been for naught.
Can you tell me more about the armory?
Grutilda keeps it locked tighter than a chastity belt, she does. I sometimes wish Chief hadn't granted so many of her bleeding demands, but I suppose he thought it better to keep the peace. One of her soldiers has got the key to the place. Myself, I've never seen the inside. Wouldn't surprise me a bit to hear the orcs are keeping the best of the spoils to themselves.
Alright, so we have 3 guys. We'll have to... I don't know if that guy moves.
Half-wits, are you? Thank the goddess gilded garter.
Alright, I think they're all clones, but we're checking their inventories. What are you? Yeah, what about you?
Here to take over for those half-wits, are you?
We got a whole ass room in here. I like how they're coming to get their drinks and stuff. It's a nice touch.
Shut tight. All is right.
You can do what you like with us, you monsters. Just
Shut your mouth or I'll shut it for you. Get back in there.
What a mess. Isn't there a tidier way to do this?
That sword's worth a bit. I don't know if I'm gonna pick it up though. Alright, so we can't go through that door. We can go in here, however. Dough, the happy child of water and wheat, serves as the base for many a hearty and filling meal. With a lump of dough in one hand and either apples, cheese, fish, or tomato sauce in the other, supper is sure to delight.
Kill me now, then. Go on, do it.
This place reeks of blood, or worse.
Law cannot work in these conditions. Smash his arts. Law need peace.
Tell me about yourselves.
Law, a craftsman of blood, breaker of bone. Who you?
Yes, pigskin. Who are you to question we who preside over the tender skin of traitors?
I've come here to try my hand at breaking this particular witness.
Law, halfway through creative process. Law won't stop now.
Of course, Law, of course. Though I do wonder what this pigskin thinks he can do better than you or I.
Human bleed better than us. Humans squish flags better than us.
Why waste your time with these bottom-feeding villagers? Surely an orc of your talent has more important matters to attend to.
Human silly chatter upset Law's craft. Law need break to regain his spirit. Law cannot smash and bash in this environment.
I want to see if we can kill him. So we can kill, like... Wait, someone got a turn? We're not hurt. I don't know who attacked who. Okay, whatever, doesn't matter. Oh, are you gonna join? We can just do this. That makes things really interesting.
It sounds awful.
Because now they have to go through the poison. Even more, we could make them go through fire. Yeah. Immune to crippled, nice. Jahan took damage, but he has so much health. Wow. So the thing is, if this might cause a problem, so I'm gonna load if it does. We'll just have to wait and find out. If we walk upstairs and then everybody wants to fight us, I am gonna load because I don't want that situation. Save again though. Talk to this guy.
Who are you? Are you one of them?
Tell me where the hidden villagers are.
If you can prove your goodwill, that is, if you can help me escape this terrible place once and for all, I'd tell you all. Perhaps if you can help me, you'll be able to help them too.
So let's get you out of this place.
The tunnel out is here somewhere, in the farthest room if my sight serves. But until those guards are dealt with, escape is utterly impossible.
Okay, so we get a key.
Free! I'm free!
We have a Guide to Elegant Torture, Volume 1. The Book of Breaking, A Guide to Elegant Torture by M.R. Giggles, Volume 1, Flesh. Dear reader, what could be finer than the opportunity to transform supple, yielding flesh into beautiful shapes and styles? A sculptor has his marble, and we have tender flesh. The patterns you choose ought to fit not only your taste, but also the information you wish to learn. My personal recommendations are as follows. A 4-pointed star where the bodies are great, round pie. Who's the spy? Oh wait, okay, wait. I misread that. So here's what the shapes represent. So a 4-pointed star asks where the bodies are. A great round pie asks who's the spy. And a ring of roses asks where the gold is. Got it.
Hail, my heroes, and good riddance to those hateful savages.
Don't make me regret saving you if you're not going to shut up. Let me loot the room and go take care of the guards, and then we'll take care of you.
I'm free.
Let me go upstairs and see what happens. Yeah, we're still fine. We have another prisoner there. We have this guy in here. Hello, buddy. That couldn't have felt good. It's gonna break everything. Oh, that kills him. Nice. I'm gonna keep giving the large potions to Scarlet. We don't use potions too often anymore, but I think it's worth making sure we collect them, and it's gonna be easy to transfer those over to Wolgraf next time we craft and maybe make some huge potions. Can we go in here? Is this the armory? It might be. It's got a magic lock.
Our savior. I know not why you take pity on us, but I thank you for your kindness. But wait! We can't take a step toward freedom without Nolan. Have you seen him? They took him away quite some time ago, and we've been hearing terrible sounds.
Let's discuss your friend Nolan.
He lives! Oh,
This guy just moved the bed.
blessed servant, we thank you.
He's digging.
The terrible ordeal he must have gone through. But it's over now, isn't it? It's over now that the gods have sent a hero to save us.
Did I already check her? Yeah. Let's get you out of here.
Before we were overrun by orcs, this prison was little used among we of Hunter's Edge. Still, there were always rumors that its cells couldn't hold captives for long. Some said they were swallowed up by a demon. They were only rumors, but perhaps there is a way to get us out of here.
Let's
Hello
talk.
again,
Oh.
stranger. Do you often visit the condemned in their cell? Before we were overrun...
Talk to the other guy.
Hello again, stranger. Do you often visit the condemned? Before we were over...
Alright, so I think we need to get Nolan with us. Nolan North?
I cannot thank you enough for dispatching those brutes.
Is he just talking to himself? What's your problem, dude?
Those monsters. If not for the tunnel out is here somewhere, in the farthest room, if my sight serves. Fortunately, you'll be able to move freely now that you've dispatched those guards.
Are you gonna come with us, or you're gonna wait until we find the tunnel? Okay. So we gotta find, is it the candle? That's weird. It's this bookshelf. Oh, there's a button.
What on earth? A tunnel?
Experience.
Must have been uncovered by prisoners long ago.
Who knows how many doomed it led to freedom?
I'm growing too accustomed to the sight of corpses.
If we do our job, these will be among the last we find.
Alright, so here's what I want to do. I want to go through the effort of, like, removing all of this fire. Or all this poison with fire. And I want to do that simply because I don't want to worry about the people we're escorting through here. Is this a one-turn cooldown? Nice. Let's see, we do have a fight here. Spore-infested guard. What scrolls do I have? None, but I can do an explosive arrow. Actually, before I do any of that, let's do Rain of Arrows, because I can literally hit all of them. We don't know how many are gonna die. Oh my god. As I was saying... Okay, that...
Well, it smells like an infected foot, but we've cleared the last of the mushrooms.
I'm sure
that turtle flamed my aim.
That was the entire fight. I just one-rounded that because I'm so OP. Yeah, that was better than wasting an arrow. I mean, not like the arrows are incredibly difficult to obtain. Actually, what would be nice is using J-Hand, and maybe a tornado would have been nice. Dude, all that time and I just now got fire back. I'm so much slower than J-Hand. Alright, looks like there's the exit to the cave, so let's go back and talk to Nolan now. And be like, bro, we did it. Oh, dude, I can't move my camera. The hell? Is it stuck in here until we get closer? There's an invisible wall there for the camera. There we go. That's odd. Alright, Nolan North, let's get you out of here so you can do some voice acting.
For dispatching those brutes. You made short work of those monsters. Please, you must help the others escape first. I couldn't live with myself if I knew they were...
Dude, this is annoying. Let's just all go.
Hello again, stranger. You've cleared the way?
Dispatching those brutes. You made short work of those monsters. It's too good to be true. You found the tunnel then, and the other prisoners are already free? Well, let us be on our way. Quickly, before the beasts upstairs send reinforcements. All set. My hero, you've outdone yourself. Let us be on our way then.
Alright, let's go. Oh, they're waiting.
Seems we weren't the only prisoners to find passage in this tunnel. But it seems our predecessors didn't have a hero to guide them.
Come, this tunnel will lead you out.
How swiftly you cleared the way. A true hero have we leading our charge.
It's clear.
Ah, it's like... I like the sun after a long and frigid winter. We've lost so many in these terribly dark days. But you've even rescued our dear Nolan. Words cannot express our gratitude, dear hero. But perhaps something I overheard could be some compensation for your troubles. One of the orcish brutes mentioned that Grutilda is collecting quite the stash of loot. You can find the entrance to the cellar from her office in the tavern. Here, I'll show you. Oh, thank you, our hero. Thank you, and goodbye.
Sweet.
What news? With pleasure, my savior. The wizard prepared a special hiding place for them. A cellar outside their home, concealed by a massive black boulder. First, though, you'll need a key. This you'll find within one of the wizard's beehives. Destroy the boulder, unlock the cellar door, and you'll find yourself face to face with those you seek.
All right, and the way is clear. You can travel safely.
And now freedom. Freedom and sunlight. Freedom and fresh air. I'll never forget this kindness you've granted me, my friend. Not on my life. I bid thee the best of luck.
I feel weird that I didn't read that one line of dialogue. Just because it felt empty. As for this is probably going to be the cave we were looking at earlier. outside of town that I was like, it's like a skull cave, wasn't it? Maybe. No, it wasn't a skull cave, but this is definitely the cave I was looking at earlier. Cool. Well, let's just travel back through here then. Same problem as before. Can't bring the camera further. I'm just gonna hold W. And we'll see when it lets me move. I mean, it is sliding a little bit because I'm at an angle. There we go. Alright, let's head back up here and let's start investigating the bloodstone stuff. So we found a couple blood stains. Right, these tracks. Hey, buddy.
Blood brothers of Jahrl, stuck in this orc-infested dump.
We're allowed in here.
You again? You got cotton in your ears, or are you just plain stupid?
Jahrl has asked me to investigate the matter of the stolen bloodstones.
Chief asked you to look into the matter, did he? Well, I can't say if you know your ass from your forehead, but if you've earned Jarl's trust, you've earned mine too. Go ahead and have a look. I fear there won't be much to find, though.
I like that phrase.
It's heating up.
Something popped up. I don't think it would. Oh shit!
Ready
Oh,
to advance, ready to defend. What can it?
I got a little nervous because I realized the chest was stealing. Okay, so whatever I saw wasn't anything special. We're not seeing anything in here, though. Nothing has been spotted. So we need to keep following these blood tracks or blood stains or whatever they are.
What's this I've spotted?
Another one. There's a rat hole as well.
I've spotted something interesting.
We got a wizard there.
I've spotted something.
Okay, they're leading right through that gate. What does this guy have?
From Silver Glen Flatlander, ain't got the rock.
Fuck all, that's what he has. Ooh, it's nice and peaceful up this way. You know, we've been here so long, the stores have probably reset. I wanted to go grab some crafting stuff. I'm debating it. We've been spending a lot of money lately, so having a lot of stuff to craft with next time we do crafting would be pretty beneficial. Wait, I wanted that mushroom. And there's something going on over here. I thought they were going to talk.
A human! By the blood blessing of Jahrl, I bid you good day.
What do you seek within this house?
This big green hunk of rot will clod me if I say more than nothing. Perhaps you better query him first.
Alright. You have the name, so we'll talk to you.
Beard of the Bear Slayer. And
We'll check everybody.
Small bones. Step aside.
Okay, actually, we're gonna talk to him first. Are you fellas trying to get into this house? Okay, never mind.
What you want?
What do you need to get inside this house exactly?
What business is that of yours, pigface? You ain't no son of the All-Mother.
Uh-oh.
Or even a mountain rat like the brothers of Jahrl.
Holy shit!
Well, that's one less monster to worry about, so who's next?
He flew out and he knocked that guy down. That's amazing. He has nothing on his body. So he just blew up by walking in. That was amazing. I'm quite experienced in magic. If you tell me what you seek, I may be able to help you find it.
I suppose we've tried just about everything apart from fighting charms with more charms. Perhaps you'll be able to crack the bleeding thing's small bones. What would you like to know?
What do you seek within this house?
Something the conduits ask for directly, you see? There's a key inside. A key to a source temple within the forest. The very temple the conduits attempted to crack at this very moment. They say the key's the only way in, but she's attempted to charm her way in while we look for the key here. Without the wizard's servants to show us the way in, though, it don't seem like we'll ever get through the damn doors.
What do you know about this source temple?
Can't say myself what exactly is inside, but the conduit seems ready to turn heaven and ground to get inside. It seems the wizard who lived here was quite familiar with the place. He kept what seems to be the only key after all.
Do you have any leads regarding where the servants may be hiding?
Matilda seems to believe they're in a hidden cellar somewhere, but we haven't found a lick of a hint as to where the damn thing might be. They can't have escaped, that's all we know for certain. Shame the wizard's pretty little grapevines and beehives will wither without his team of helpers tending them. Perhaps, once we find and skin the buggers, that priestess can turn them into undead workers fast enough to save the garden and whip up some wine and mead.
Alright. So, that's pretty important. So the conduit wants to get into the source temple. That's kind of our objective as well, I guess. And there's apparently a key to the source temple in there. There's, like, automated brooms, like magical brooms. Some Fantasia bullshit. And we were told the beehive has a key, right? There's 4 beehives here. One of them's probably got a key. Unless there's more beehives. There is a key. It's literally called Key Found in Beehive. I find it odd that they didn't just label it as what it actually is. It's like they're trying to preserve the mystery in case you didn't know what it's for. Can we look through this telescope? Is it going to show the void dragon? That'd be odd. It is! How can we see that from here? From just the planet? Oh, we found a moonstone. And we found a dusty parchment. This is the treasure, the special treasure chest. The interloper has found the last of my secret sisters, the 4th or 4, the final digit. I grow anxious awaiting the demon's arrival. Devil's magic may have helped the archfiend find my sisters, but perhaps the gods may yet help me secure my treasure. This riddle, the 4th of 4, is my last defense against the coming of oblivion. By the unicorn's horn, by the cyclops' eye, I stand the last sentinel guarding nothingness. Which digit am I? Obviously 1. These riddles are, like, stupidly easy. Like, how many eyes does a cyclops have? How many horns does a unicorn have? Like, dude.
What's this? I found something.
I'm normally not a big fan of riddles because I'm bad at them. Like, I have a hard time figuring out most riddles. But these are just, like, really easy. Riddles and puzzles are not the same thing. Riddles are these, like, weird abstract things that I just have a hard time making sense of. They require a certain kind of thinking that my brain does not seem to be wired for. At least that's how I feel. may or may not be the case. Alright, so we've seen what happens if you try to go into the house. You blow up and die, it seems. So we'll leave them to that. I'm sure we'll be back there. Yeah, I'm sure we'll be back there later. As for this, let's check back here. It feels like something could be hidden. I think we want to go through the gate and continue following the bloodstain, the trail. So we actually know where the people are hiding. The cat was going to help us with that. But we've already found out where the cat's hiding. Or where the people are hiding. But I still think I want to go through the rat stuff as well. It's more experience.
I spotted something.
Oh, we're getting an autosave. That's legit. The hell? Oh, damn. What do we have back here? What is this? I think I know what this... Well, I think I know the area, but I don't know what this is.
What's this I've spotted?
Mountain apes, orbs. Your kind not welcome. Go, or you will bleed.
Brother, I've not come to cause trouble, but have been sent on behalf of the Immaculates of Silverglen to inspect our newest territory.
Silverglen, brothers, Mabolaklu, Silverglen. Pass quickly then, small one.
What can you tell me about this temple?
We do not inspect, we only guard. Brother Gorag has selected this place for his own special purpose, and so we stand.
Why do you stand guard here?
Brother Gorag has beckoned us to stay. A terrible thing to lose a horn. Now the All Mother will never select him for her chosen.
Oh, he wanted to fuck. That's all he wanted. He wanted to bang.
What's this?
Actually, no, the All-Mother is like their god, like their creator. Right? Not Grutilda. Or is it Grutilda? I have no idea. A drummer and a shaman.
The old mother's orders are the only ones we hear. I'd sooner snap me own tusk.
The old mother's orders are the only ones we hear.
Okay, but like, what if we fought them now? Right? We haven't done a hard save in a minute. What is this? Temple thing.
That's enough of that. That's enough of that.
Can I soften them all up separately?
You there!
Holy shit, I can. That's amazing.
Hey, stop! What you think you're doing?
That's so goofy. No way. Because I'm switching between who I attack, they're not getting mad? Like they're not actually... Oh no, now it's happening. Well, they had a bad day, didn't they?
Excursion leads to victory.
One mark is not enough.
I don't really trust any of them. Do as much damage as we can. Oh, that's not what I wanted. Worked out though. I was trying to do the charge, but I guess the button, the click didn't register. Everything else is all for me.
I've spotted something interesting.
What is it? Blood? Yep. So this is actually, no pun intended, but this is interesting. Because that blood trail is led all the way out here.
The trail ends at this grate. If bloodloss didn't kill the sorry fellow, surely the fall did.
That's the knight's tomb.
It is set over a long,
I guess it'd be
narrow
more than
vent.
one mystery.
A corpse may have fit through its bars, but a living body would find it quite unpleasant. The grate is set over a long, narrow vent. A corpse may have fit through its bars.
Statue's got them titties, though.
Quite unpleasant.
The hell? Statues need to chill. Following a trail of blood, we found an air vent above the knight's tomb. Whoever or whatever was dropped through the vent was losing a lot of blood at the time. So there's a way in. That gate's not that hard to destroy. Since we seem to not have a key, this is one way to do it. Can I head vice it? That's goofy, but can I head vice the door? No, it's invalid.
I sing the body electric.
Oh, that was... yeah, that's way better. I mean, it damages our weapon, but it's way better. Nice. Alright, I actually need to step away and take another short break, so I'll be back in a few minutes. Hopefully not Dragon Ball Z time this time, but yeah, bear with me. We'll get back, we'll check this place out, and then, yeah, see what we can wrap up here in about another 2.5 hours of Hunter's Edge. We might, again, be able to do most, if not all of it, but no rush. So I'll catch you on the other side. Alright, we back up in here, and let's just get right back into it. I don't know why I even went to this camera. Let's just get right back into it. I want to check something though. I was curious, so I had to look it up. And there were levers here that we could hit. I want to check these levers out.
That's the ninth tomb beneath here. I guess it'll be more than one mystery we uncover within its depth.
How do we know this? Like, oh, there's a lever. Yeah, I feel stupid. Now, the reason I'm curious about the levers is because we might get more experience for doing it that way. I'm all about that experience. And the question is, where is the third one? Oh, they said hidden behind a tree or something, I think. So where would that be? Like, I kind of skimmed through it. It's not all the way back here. That would not really make sense. Oh, we could walk through. There it is. Yeah, we could walk through there.
It looks strange.
Yeah, I would say that that's worth it. That was a better way to do it. Get that 4,800. Everything counts if we're gonna hit level 22. We're pushing for that. That was cool. Oh, I might want to come back here later. I'm gonna check something when we get in here. There might be a language thing. We could warp back here now, so that's nice. There might be a language thing. We might need a book for it or something. If that's the case, I will come back later. Yeah. Let me look into this. Because I think I could get more out of it if I do it the other way. Yeah. Alright, we can find this book, so I'm gonna come back in and get that book later. Or I'm gonna get the book and then come back later. But I want to look at the experience values. Well, so it says here you get 8160 charisma experience, or you get 4 times 5830 because there's 4 dudes. That's only the enhanced edition. So even though we can get a book, I'm still gonna come back in here later. I might be able to like win the persuasion and then attack them and cheese both experience, because I will totally do some shit like that. Alright, let's go back to Hunter's Edge. Whoa. And let's see, where is the rat stuff?
Seven's my lucky number, so 7 it is.
I'm back to me. I'm gonna call it, lads.
The Rat King.
Though I wish there were other buttons that go up.
Let's go look around the orc stuff. There's stuff we haven't done over here as well. Nert. Who is Nert?
That you so enjoy about death.
It's eating up.
Hey, you, stranger.
Oh, damn.
You look like you could use a leg up against the competition. Isn't that so?
That's a lot of tenebrium. Who are you exactly?
You're an humble trader, my lord. There's always plenty to get around after the raising of a village. I collect a bit of it and bring it to market. Tenebrium's awfully valuable after all. No reason wares of this caliber ought to rot in some coffer.
Let's see what you've got. Oh, wait. Duh. I just autopilot that sometimes. Whose coffer do you mean, Grutilda?
I wouldn't dare steal from the All-Mother, a grave crime.
Okay, that is her.
No, I simply pick from the loot she hasn't quite noticed yet. Doesn't miss them in the least. This I promise on my honor as an orc.
And yeah, a minute ago they also mentioned the on orders from the All-Mother.
Interesting indeed.
A bit of information well kept in our back pockets, I do believe.
Who's that? An elite orc fighter. There's the dog. We have a bunch of dead people.
How it skulks around, neither orc nor enlightened. I'll bet no one would even notice if it disappeared.
It's eating up.
Is this guy honorable?
These trying times, brother. I'll take the blood, and you take the body. A fair deal, isn't it?
Sight up there, all in a row. Sang about myself on you. Each of the little darlings. A sweeter sight I couldn't ask for.
Does he actually have this moral compass, and as long as he believes they are truly guilty, he doesn't want to kill them? That's what it sounded like. He said only the guilty come to these gallows, or however he said it. So you're the executioner here.
I never did much care for the turn myself. I'm more of a caretaker, you see. The world's a wild place, unpredictable at best. But here, upon these gallows, there's peace, calm. I keep the order, and my little ones stay in line.
By little ones, you mean the condemned?
Condemned in this life, perhaps. But when they come to rest in my nooses, their sins are washed away. These aren't thieves and murderers and traitors, you see. After I've laid them to rest here, they're pure as angels. My little angels.
Do you perform all the executions yourself?
Most of them, yes. But that's far from my only order of business. Our great Queen Grutilda is no stranger at getting her claws bloody, and she'll not hesitate to pluck out a pair of eyes what look at her sideways. I handle all the dreaming dears when she's done with them all the same. Whether they're my little ones or hers makes no difference. I'm happy to bring them here to rest among me and mine.
Tell me more about these men and orcs.
It should be an honor. Where are we to start?
Tell me about the man on the far left.
Paulie came first, the little rogue. A human he was, and Grutilda ordered him hanged while Jahrl was out on the hunt. He was the first I got to tuck in myself since coming to this town. Oh, I remember it like it was yesterday. The fussy little dear didn't want to go to sleep. No, kicked and screamed and did. But he started to calm down a bit after I strung him up, as I knew he would. And soon, he was fast asleep.
Tell me about the second to leftmost man. These words are bothering me. I'm gonna have to explain why.
Oh, my little Tierno. He was a sweet one right from the start. A thief, I think he was in his last life. But he accepted what was to come easy as pie. The guards handed him to me, limp as a doll and shivering with fright. I strung him up nice and slow, so as not to worry the poor dear.
Tell me about that orc there, third from the left.
He was one of Grutilda's. After some impertinent question or other, I believe it was. Impertinent questions. A plague among we orcs they are. Any more deaths than horn rot these days. Well, Grutilda dispatched him, but it was I who collected the great heavy deer and strung him up here. Grutilda said he'd be a warning to the others, but I think he's a great addition to the family, to boot. He does look a lovely sort of pale green colour, don't he? Like a dusty ancient jade. Beautiful.
Much to send Grutilda over the edge, does it?
Who would have thought the greatest threat to the Immaculates would be one of their own?
So they describe, I don't remember the exact wording on this one, but it was also weird, like second to leftmost was strange. But this one, they said third from the left. No, that is the second from the left. I fucking hate that phrase. Because if you're starting here, this is like index 0. And this is not just because I'm a computer scientist. I've always been like this since I was a kid. So we would call this the first from the left, and we'd call this the second from the left. Because when you say from the left, this is your starting point. So then you go 1, 2, you're counting how many you go over from that starting point. When instead they like count that as well, and I hate that phrasing. It's so confusing.
You there, tell me, how's your vision? Any ailments in the liver or spleen? Lost ones are everywhere these days, after all.
I don't know what this bone totem is, but we're buying it. Tell me about yourself.
I am a servant to the goddess, of course. One of the first among her enlightened in Revelon, and certainly the most devoted. I've scoured the region for unworthy souls, and am quite efficiently cleansing the land of lost ones great and small. How much better the lost serve her as bone automatons. My expertise as a necromancer is unmatched, you know. I've a success rate is nearing 99%.
And what about the other 1%?
They end up with their brains a bit, well, scrambled. You can find such a fellow opining over skulls somewhere around here. One of my more harmless false steps, I think.
Alrighty.
In the market for some premium gear, are ya?
Oh. That would be pretty decent for me, but I don't have the strength for it. But I could. For instance, I have 7 strength. What's increasing it? Interestingly though, I could put on rings to increase my strength by 2. Just to put those on. And then they would increase my dexterity. But I'm losing out on bow as well, and bow is good. Yeah, I'm gonna pass. What sort of wares do you have?
Everything left behind by vermin after we've exterminated them. And I must say, some of these roaches have mighty fine taste. The All-Mother chooses first from among the spoils, and the rest she grants to us to use or turn to profit.
Cool, I'll take my leave. Look at this dude over here. Rat Catcher. We've heard of you.
Well. What do we have here? Human reinforcements. No need for a supple young kitten like yourself here. My rats will find the villagers in no time at all.
Tell me about yourself.
You pretend not to know me, child. Surely you stare into my left eye each time you admire the full moon. But play coy if you will. The All-Mother called me here to find a certain tiny herd of sheep missing from her flock. The wolfish shepherd woman, she. I am world-renowned for my ability to search and to find. Why, you might ask, feigning ignorance so that you might hear more of my lilting voice. Rats, kitten, rats are always the answer. There's no hole they won't no stench that can deter them. No, there is no hiding from a rat, and so there is no hiding from me. I raise the train.
Stop whispering.
I am their king, and my subjects will find those hidden villages in no time at all.
Tell me more about the hidden villagers.
Lost lands, yes. Flintless, naughty, naughty.
Also, he talks excruciatingly slowly.
When my rats whisper to me where to find them. Yes, perhaps I'll get my fill of my own private punishments first and foremost.
It is like physically painful to listen to him talk this whole time because he's so slow. Like I could read the whole thing 3 or 4 times.
The old mother believes those villagers, being the one-time servants of the wizard, will know how to find him. Or at least how to break the enchantments shielding his house. Wicked enchantments, are they?
Tell me about the All-Mother.
Our mother, yes. And we do suckle from the teat of her goodwill. No wonder so many of us starve. An iron fist in an iron glove is our Grutilda. She doesn't tolerate failure any more than I tolerate a spring nymph stealing glimpses of me during bath time. No, Shira, I say, you'll get your fill at the God's Day Festival.
Why are we seeking the wizard?
What? Do I look like his secretary? And even if I were, with my hair in a tight little bun and my quill at the ready, the old mother doesn't share her every concern with me, you know. No, she whispers to her pillow at eventide, when only the feathers can hear her.
What can you tell me about your rats?
Something must have startled them. Was it you, traitor? What did you tell them? I swear, I can explain.
He's not happy about that. This is, I think, the one the Necromancer Cordelia was talking about. We update that we've done some damage to the rats.
Do you bring good news?
The rats all hail to a king of their own kind. He's the one ordering them to search the town for your friends.
Strange. I never knew those savages capable of even the most basic form of order. But this bodes well, does it not? Perhaps, if you can get rid of their king, the rats will stop their search. What's a body without a head, after all?
You ought to get out of here. The Rat King considers you his enemy and he has dangerous allies.
Leave? How can I leave my dearest friends behind? Who will protect them if not me?
But hey, where is she gonna go? Let me double check.
I can hardly tell which one of them would suit me better. Am I gazing at the holes of souls, or am I wrong altogether?
Yeah, I don't want to do this, despite the charisma.
Behold these skulls bereft of the lips with which they kissed.
She will just, like, be permanently gone.
Look here! Look at you! How I admire one whose head is lodged so firmly upon their shoulders, like a spire that rests upon the breadth of its foundations, one and indivisible. Not I, alas. I fare not so, for I may replace my battered cranium as jauntily as a wizard may his hat. Just consider some of these examples here before me. How I admire this one's kingly brow, that one's exquisite jaw, yonder one's deep-set sockets that held a warrior's eyes.
Why make a permanent choice? Why not cater to the occasion as called for? I would, but for the question, where does the soul reside? And so I ask, where are you, oh ephemeral soul? If in a tooth you may be pulled, if in an arm you may be broken, where are you, oh delicate monstrosity?
This fountain has seen better days, hasn't it? That's like a weird thing to say.
As have we all. Townsfolk would sit on these benches and talk about their day. Children would sprinkle water at one another and snigger. Now their mouths neither talk nor snigger any longer. And all that is sprinkled about is blood. Days pass me by no longer, only the dreams of what was, but can never be again.
Why is it so important to know where in the body the soul resides?
Surely you jest when you question this question's importance. Say I opt for that there fair-featured sovereign of a scar. What happens if another soul lies therein sequestered? If I play the part of the aforementioned wizard, and swap its rugged lineaments for the feeble ones that are my own, who shall I become? Yes. Who is I then? Were I sure that the soul houses within the chest, within one's little toe for all I care, I would fret not so. But the certainty I long for remains as impossible to find as one specific raindrop in the rain. You, oh, I beg of you, have you not the answer?
You needn't worry. Unlike our heads and bodies, it is we and our souls that are one and indivisible.
I concur. Pick a new skull if you want one. It's not going to change who you are in the least.
But of course, why was I so blind? The soul is not of the body, it is of the spirit. A new skull I shall have, but same person I'll remain. Oh, the agony of choice. I think I'll opt for the one with the kingly brow. What? Where in the blazes? The last I knew was an orc coming at me with an axe.
Oops.
What's this then? Who in the hells are you? And where am I? These aren't my bones. I was made of sterner stuff, make no mistake.
You switched skulls, remember?
Switched skulls? What do you want about, you loon? This is intolerable. I used to be an important man round these parts, you know. I demand respect. The mayor I was and the mayor I am still. Now leave me be. I have important municipal matters to attend to.
Switching skulls did make him swap souls after all.
On the bright side, we seem to have answered one of the world's oldest questions.
Oh, I thought that dog was dragging his ass on the floor. He had a weird walk cycle.
What are you doing lingering around here anyway?
I was like, yo, that dude has worms. We need to help him.
We're waiting to fight the final battle. The time is nearly nigh.
Someone just said the final battle, and that reminds me. There's a band called Nostradamus. It's like a similar name to Nostradamus, but it has like an extra E in there. Nostradamus. I think it's a Swedish band. They're power metal. They have a song called The Final Battle. Really good song. I remember I found it years and years ago when I downloaded like a huge torrent of Guitar Pro tabs, and I was just browsing. And I didn't even hear the original song. I just checked out the guitar tab and I was like, this song's cool. And I learned to play it. I listened to the original. It's like, this is cool stuff. There's too many voices. Wait, we didn't check his...
always eating them all the
Thirst does so magnify one.
Your mother's orders are the only ones you hear. To know a bit about my haggis.
There are too many voices.
Been too long, hasn't it, brother?
I saved you the finest more. Out of whiskey? Oh, this lot are getting thirstier by the day. Well, not to worry.
Children the Great. She is the living expertise. You ought.
Where'd that guy go? Did he go upstairs? Or did he go downstairs? Oh wait, we know it's down here. We were told what's down here, at least. I want to talk to that person who was booking it. Also, important to note, none of this is stealing.
Before they're snatched away from you. It could happen to you. Dance rest. Leave that sack of rot in time. You ought to enjoy this short, cruel life while you can.
Yes, yes, oh mother, with utmost pleasure.
There's some weird stuff going on in here. I'm just trying to absorb it and listen while I'm looting all this. But there's too many things happening.
Listen here, brother. You ever wondered why the All Mother listened to that conscience? I don't wonder why the All Mother does it. And you ought not to either, unless you'd like your innards become your outer.
Unless you'd like your innards become your outwards. I like that. Alright, not much left to loot here. Done the bulk of it.
Of course, it'll be for a moment. Oh, a new immaculate face in town. What a pleasure to serve you. I've a deal running now. Double the whiskey for any and all who refrain from beating me from the neck up and the crotch down.
Tell me about yourself.
Oh, I'm nobody at all. Just the old tavern keeper in this here village. Things have been busy since the orcs came, but I've never been one to complain too much. Well, especially with with my wife and kids gone, I prefer to keep my eye on the prize. Oh, whiskey, of course. No excruciatingly terrible memory a nice glass of the good stuff can't wash away.
What do you know about these orcs?
Oh, swell guys. Swollen as swell can be. I haven't a complaint in the world. Not in the wide world. Keep me busy, they do. Day and night. Night and day and night again. Oh, you might imagine me a wee bit utterly exhausted, but I wouldn't have it any other way. After all, the soul-crushing night terrors can't find you if you never sleep. That's my motto.
What do you know about this village?
Well, the scenery's certainly changed in recent weeks, I'll tell you that much. Used to be a quiet sort of place. Family folks, you know. Never had much trouble, and all the less because our little town played host to a source hunter and a powerful wizard both. Can't say why we were overcome so quickly. Can't say why so many of us were cut down over those shiny stones. An immaculate like you know better than me, I suppose. Yes, I suppose an immaculate just like you might have been the one who held my son's head back while Grutilda sliced his throat open, eh? Oh, but who's got time to think on the past? That way lies danger, I say. I only know that these orcs are a thirsty lot. It's my job to keep my head down and the whiskey flowing.
Let's discuss the armory key.
What about it? I can't say I know a thing about the armory, but save bringing the occasional flagon to the guards there. But I've delivered a drink from barracks to bridge in the course of my work.
You can tell me what you know about the armory key now, or I can ask Grutilda to take the matter up for me.
Come now. No need to disturb the All-Mother with this little trifle. I'll tell you what I know, and it happens to be quite a lot. I did happen upon the key while I was making my rounds. I wasn't sure to what end the orcs were using that armory, so I thought it best to keep its keys safe and sound. It's in a locked chest in the cellar below this very tavern. The key to the chest is yours, but I beg you not to reveal my treachery. I've grown rather attached to my eyelids after all.
We're not done.
What can I do you for?
What do you know about the rat catcher?
Now there's a man apart from the rest, even among their kind. He's a strange sort. Nurses the same flagon of whiskey for an hour and sits in the corner by himself. Oh, but the lack of company don't keep him from making conversation. Always muttering beneath his sour breath he is, but arguing some point of his left hands against the better sense of the right. I tell you, someone like that's twice as terrifying as one of these big ornery brutes. At least you can see their clubs coming down in time to jump out the way.
So you're a purveyor of whiskey, are you?
That I am. But I'll tell you, I never served a lot quite like these Goliaths. They drink like elephants and pay like... well, they don't pay at all. Then again, I can't say I mind this little arrangement too terribly. The happier they are, the longer I evade the rack and the screw. Each glass brings us closer to the last of the whiskey, though. My bowels shrink when I think what'll happen when we get to the bottom of the last barrel. We've already exhausted the tavern supply. I've been pilfering from my old buddy Glenn's stores. I doubt he'll mind, seeing as he was one of the first orcs sunk their claws into. Now that was a man dedicated to fine liquor. Knew all there was to know about distilling whiskey, he did. Oh, what I'd give for a barrel of Glenn's good stuff now. These orcs wouldn't know what hit 'em.
I'll take my leave. That was a good conversation for me to eat some almonds. There's a little delay in some of my dialogue, that's why. Don't drag me into a convo right now. I just want the painting, then the cup. I don't think I've heard this song before.
Enough.
Alright, let's warp back to Hunter's Edge. We're gonna go here. See if we can process the barley. Because we know that's what we, like, we have the book. We want to, is it barley and then the still and then the well water? We'll have to check the book.
It's heating up.
Okay, where is it?
I ain't afraid of a single frog-skinned one of you. Then why not stand up and face me?
Right, so we have grist. I don't know if that's how whiskey works. I don't know how it's made. Mix it with well water. And then we bring it to the still. So do I need to use a bucket? And there is a bucket right here, so that might be why it was placed here. Combined with... yeah, we probably do. Yeah, so let's grab this bucket.
Human, even the name's out to these. You'll come to work today, boss. I've got the human, and it's itching like mad.
What? Free to address your betters, are you?
I ain't afraid of a single frog-skin.
And now we've got Wart. Again, I have no idea how accurate any of this is.
I haven't got a hole in my pocket, have I?
Was this the place? I think it might have been.
My kingdom for a dry shirt.
Yeah, it's shaking. I recognize that anywhere. Combined with...
Well, we've got the spirit, but it won't be any good unless we can twist time forward a decade or two.
Who do we know who might be able to bend the rules of time ever so slightly?
I don't know. Let's go find out. Yo, why are they freaking out?
Good to see you on the shelter plane. A home away from home, is it not?
Zigzags, I must age this fresh spirit into fine whiskey. Before you ask, it's for the good of Rivellon.
Heavy is the hand that wields time. If you're very certain this sort of meddling is strictly necessary, I suppose I could oblige. No, it won't be difficult. I'll simply pop your little mixture into a deep, dark basement and revisit it, shall we say, 30 years in the future?
Sure. And then, I don't know why he didn't say it, but... it's decided then. I'll be back before you can say homestead on the shelter plane at the end of time. Homestead on the shelter...
Now, be careful with this libation, will you? I had just the tiniest sip myself, and I must say, it's quite potent.
Cool. See, now I made the mistake of bringing the almonds in here, and I'll just keep eating them if I'm not careful. I literally went and grabbed them during one of the dialogues with the guy in here. But I got back before he finished it. I was ready to click. Alright, let's give him this whiskey. What's it look like? It's a barrel, 30-year-old whiskey.
What can I do you for?
I've got a batch of aged whiskey right here, and what's more, I'll let you serve it to these orcs.
Let's have a look. Well, I'll be Grutilda's great Aunt Gretchen. Single malt, aged 30 years. It seems my old pal Glenn hid away his finest spirits for a rainy day. A shame to waste something so fine on them. But something this delectable ought to put them in a more
Why'd this guy
gentle
fall?
spirit.
Alright, I'll take my leave. Now all the orcs are drunk.
Goddess must be smiling upon you. I've procured a particularly rare batch of whiskey here. Who's first?
So what we did is all the orcs are permanently drunk here, which affects them in battle. Drunk lowers intelligence and initiative, but it does increase their lucky charm. So that if you might say be fighting the orcs at some point, that plays a role. Might make them a little bit easier to fight. Yeah, we'll read this book on A Guide to Elegant Torture, Volume 4. Beasts. Man has a natural disinclination for certain beasts. Insects, spiders, and snakes rank chiefly among them. A designer can easily bend these disinclinations to his advantage. By placing one of these beasts upon a sensitive area of the source's body, e.g. the face or the groin, one can expect information to flow free and sweet as wine at a counselor's feast. Below is a table of the estimated times between placement of the creature and death or incapacitation of the source. Purple Prowler, 5 minutes. Bull Scorpion, 3 minutes. Ground Serpent, 30 seconds. Burrowing Fly, 3 days. Smothering Spider, 4 minutes. Alright, we have a shit ton of beer up here. They actually weigh kind of a lot.
I guess someone else got here first.
Oh, robbed all that. Alright, let's try talking to Grutilda. I thought I talked to her. What can you tell me about your master, Grutilda?
She is the sun and the moon, the mother of all and the sister of none. We live in her shadow and at her feet. We live only to serve her.
Cool, good for you.
Perhaps you haven't heard, whelp.
Okay, if you're not gonna finish your line, I guess you're too drunk. Every time a foot soldier disturbs me, I take his head to compensate for my time. You're the leader of the orcs, are you not?
Leader, a word that hardly suffices. I lead them as far as the head leads the body. They serve me and live in service to me. I am their all-mother, the beginning and end of their very lives. I am loved by them. I am craved by them. I choose from among them he who pleases me, and I destroy the rest. The orcs of this tribe are executors of my will, no more.
I understand you get first pick of the spoils of war.
Naturally. There are few finer pleasures than standing before the fruits of one's labor. A stack of gold and goods to one side, and sopping sinews and bone to the other. Ah, divine. I've developed a particular affinity for tenebrium of late. The sheen of it rather pleases the eye. My boys know not to keep a shard of the stuff from me.
Important.
Consider this your warning too.
I believe we saw a guy that was keeping tenebrium from her. What use have the orcs for this miserable town?
Miserable, you say? I quite like it. Save the altogether hideous pink apes infesting the place. But exterminating them was a rather titillating diversion, I must admit. The townsfolk here were no different from those in the north. The larger ones beg me to spare the smaller ones. The smaller ones bleat like lambs for the larger ones. Yet they each squeal just the same when you split their piggy skin from nose to navel. Yes, I dare say the wizard won't be so pleased with himself for evading us when he returns. His servants' entrails will be wreathed among his grapevines, and the rest of the villagers are already hacking away in the tenebrium mines. Undead drones bent in service to the conduit.
Who is this wizard you seek?
Our conduit didn't describe every detail of her plan to her mold-eyed pets in the mines. Well, no matter. It hardly concerns you. unless you can break the enchantments protecting his house. But that's a matter of magic, not the erotic virtues of your mother's rot-rancid corpse. I doubt anyone from Silverglen will be of use.
That's weird. She mentions breaking the enchantments and a matter of magic, and then I respond, the wizard's house is protected by powerful magic, it seems.
So it seems. But even the cleverest magician cannot conceal his tricks forever. The wizard may have fled, but he left a passel of servants behind. Servants I very much doubt will be immune to the charms of my screws and cleavers.
What can you tell me about the so-called Spinebreaker?
The deer has certainly earned his moniker. Norok is my best boy, the pinnacle of orcish devotion. His child's mind and brick-hard arms make him the perfect soldier. Whatever I say, Norok will do, and with a gleeful smile upon his simple face all the while. It would do you well not to cross me, whelp. For if I tire of dealing with you, I'll simply have you sent upstairs to the Spinebreaker. He knows just what to do with the toys Mummy Dearest sends him.
Let's discuss the wizard's missing servants.
But how very obvious. Who better than a cow to bring a frightened calf back into the herd? Surely you and that bootlicker's sensibility of yours ought to have an insight or two into where a servant might seek sanctuary. Our rat catcher, regrettably, seems to be in need of some direction in the matter.
Let's discuss your orcs. Oh man. I recently met an orc attempting to sell me a special sort of gear. Highly irregular, don't you think?
Well, that depends very much, whelp. My boys are free to do what they will with the garbage left over after a massacre. But certain more valuable materials must be delivered to me. Tell me, were my boys selling something rare or unusual?
Indeed. One trader offered us gear made of tenebrium.
That's right, he did. Quite the sneak, isn't he, to hide it from you?
I understand. Now, if you'll excuse me.
Just pathing around us.
A monster like that.
And here I was thinking you'd relate perfectly well to a childlike mind.
Damn, Jahan. What is this guy doing?
Another human in Hunter's Edge.
What?
If you
What the fuck? We triggered that dialogue again.
Been too long, hasn't it, brother?
That was weird.
It's heating up.
I'll call and raise you another 5.
I think
Oh, I could do with a cold drink.
This is broken. It's time to pay tribute. I got plenty of gold for you. All mother, take it all. She says bow.
Lady loves me. All in.
Bold. Trap on a crack. I'm out.
Come, let's see those cars.
I think she's responding. This is so busted. What's she doing?
Joy about death.
What the fuck is happening? We're gonna have to try redoing some of this dialogue. This just got completely broken.
But how very obvious. Who better than a well?
That's right.
I under.
Can I walk out before her and not break it?
A monster like that.
And here I was thinking you'd relate perfectly well to a child like
Seems better this time.
Don't talk to the small bone fella. It only makes eating them all the less pleasant later. What are you doing lingering around here? I like to know a bit about my habits.
Feeling hot under the collar.
And back to me. I'm gonna
Yo, she's so slow.
now for the flop. 2 o'clock. 3 of spades. And finally,
There are way too many voices, though. So many. It's gonna be hard to hear them, so I just zoom in. At least it's readable.
I think you know full well, boy.
Let's see that last bloody shot.
Take it all.
6 hours, boy.
Anything for you. Why not? 15. Can I just...
2 rigs for my blood. Half fold.
let's see it all start. For one more.
This thief is no boy of mine. Let him rot on the
Nice on the cards, that one.
And just like that, he's dead.
Another round before I get too drunk to read the cards.
Yeah, that's how it goes. So, let's kind of paint the picture of... Oh my god.
Another human in Hunter's...
Hail him, Mac.
If you fancy...
May your sword never sully, and your shield never
fine.
shatter. Such useful relics. Share in the plan.
That's so weird. I hope that didn't break anything. I think the script is a little broken. Like a little odd in the way that it checks things. Dude, oh my god, I can't click her.
Is supper already upon us? I'd hope
Let's discuss your orcs. Did you know an orcish soldier has fallen in love with one of the Jarl's tribesmen?
One of my boys, in love with one of Jarl's. Perhaps the All-Mother ought to investigate this matter personally. Nothing sets an orc on the straight and narrow like the humble ear of his sovereign and sworn mistress, after all.
So anyway, the picture that I was talking about painting, essentially, of what's happening is we made the orcs drunk. Now we can get Grutilda to kill them for wronging her, essentially. And it greatly decreases their forces. And also now we have another body over here.
I get all the peace I need from serving the goddess. A life of peace, I say. Let
And
the
there's
lost die that we may live.
3 more. I have a feeling we're about to have another body here. So maybe Ratcatcher and... I don't know. Maybe this guy.
You there, boy. Can it be true? You claim to love this human scum?
Love? No, old mother. I only have eyes for you. Of course.
Do not lie to your all-mother, boy, or she'll use your esophagus for a leg warmer.
Ooh.
Mother, it's just... I didn't mean to. I couldn't help it.
So you would
This is fucked up.
this affair.
I actually don't like this. I feel bad for this guy. And this guy.
Very good. As for this transgression, I trust that in the last several moments you realized your terrible error.
Yes, old mother. Terrible errors, never to be repeated.
And I suppose I can trust you never to so much as glance at this worm-fleshed fool again?
Yes, old mother, of course.
As I thought. Oh, Lord. Calm yourself. The All-Mother cannot tolerate such blubbering from one of her boys.
Excuse me, I'm just overcome with your kindness. Thank you, All-Mother. Thank you.
So enjoy about death.
Disgusting, traitorous filth.
He gone. Damn. We can't talk to Ulfrid. We're gonna get another body up there soon. Alright, let's go in here and let's check the basement. Are these paintings stealing? Yeah. Alright, we're not gonna bother them. Too much trouble to deal with. Alright, tavern cellar. What do we have over here? This music's a little friendly, given that we're in a cellar. Like, I don't think cellars need to have, like, aggressive or spooky music per se, but I thought it normally does. Especially when we've been told that the Rat King is down here. Thought I'd try to be a little spooky. Oh, there's two. Okay. So there's a way to get in here as well. We can go through that, I believe. Teleport. Or pyramid, or use a teleport spell, right? It's a lot of cheese. Did you know the great shoemaker, Master Cobble? Yeah, we read that book. What? We had to get in some goofy positions. Yo, I want chicken. I want some chicken right now. Rat Palace. I'm tempted to get some chicken tonight, but so many calories. Because if, I mean, where I'm gonna go, it's gonna be like some chicken and some okra and some macaroni. But it's gonna be good. Alright, we pretty much looted everything here. Herschel's... Oh!
Herschel trying to blow us to bits? Well, we've got the key in any case. Now, to return it to one worthy party or other.
Or have a look at that armory ourselves. I'll bet these soldiers keep a fine collection of equipment.
We're gonna heal the Rat King too. Oh, it's a weird sound he's making.
Unless you've come to tell me you've turned a cat's guts into fiddle strings, I've nothing more to say. That must be the monsters. I assert I've nearly closed any road.
Alright, Rat King. We're gonna kill you.
Has
10,000.
And offer those villagers a bit of respite from the hunt. I feel better already.
Oh, it said oral decorative elven shield? I thought it said anal. Wait, why am I hurt? Why am I hurt? We just had healing on. I think I got a pretty good baseline of... I don't think we're going to be beating this today. There's still a slight chance. But I don't think we're going to be getting out of... Oh, now I got to heal him again. Whatever. I don't think we're going to be getting out of Hunter's Edge, or like finishing up with Hunter's Edge today.
I needed that.
Because there's a lot to do here, if you haven't noticed. Last time we found an Iron Maiden, it was horny. It wanted us to penetrate it. And then had a bloodstone in it. Ooh, what is that? Unidentified heroic gambeson. It looks like it's gonna be, dexterity armor. So, good for me. We have tenebrium weapons. Oh, we actually do have a place we can sell them. And it's a shop I forgot to check. It's the guy in the End of Time. We have a shop in there now. He's got... He had some good equipment before, too. If I really want to sell some tenebrium stuff, that's where I can go. But it's going to clutter his inventory. You gotta be careful. Alright, Into the Deep. What is this book? Wait. Read. My Adventures in the Mines of Kraxkar by Rubenos Longbeard. The author says he traveled the famous mines and claims to have met many dangerous creatures of the deep. Strangely enough, he doesn't seem to mention a single creature you've ever heard of. The editor's note at the end describes the book as a dwarven social satire. Okay. Not sure what to make of that. Does this lead us into Grutilda's room? Is she gonna be mad?
No, what's this I've spotted?
Oh, that's a trapdoor. Yeah. That's what you spotted.
Resk, you've got to the count of one to kneel before me. Who do you think it was?
So do I want to go in here? This is the armory, right? We could check the armory. Yeah. Doesn't feel like much of an armory, though. It feels a little bit barren, a little disappointing. I'm not even gonna take those shields. They're only worth 75 each. Like, this is hardly an armory. Granted, they just took over the town and they're storing random things in here, I guess, but this is hardly an armory. Alright, let's get back out there, and I guess let's report this to Grutilda. She'll get her another kill. Oh, we can all... Okay, yeah, this will lead us towards where the cat is at. We can report to her.
Goodness, is supper already upon us?
Let's discuss the orc who lost the armory key.
You have it in your very possession, you say. Prove it. I find it rather unlikely that Lieutenant Jahrl could have let it out of his sight. But I'll humor you for now.
With that blasphemy before she
We ought to give her the key. When she sees Girl's failure, she'll destroy him, and it'll be one less orc to concern us.
Manipulating the orcs into doing our dirty work for us. I believe this is one of our finer moments.
It seems Lieutenant Jahrl has rather a lot to answer for.
We got obedient for that, though.
I must have a word with one of my boys.
Which I think is kind of weird. Like, I don't know that I would call us obedient for, like, what do you even call this? Is it subterfuge? Is that the word?
My kingdom for a dry shirt.
Let me look up the definition of that. Subterfuge. Deceit used in order to achieve one's goal. That is exactly the word I wanted. Thank you, brain.
Listen, dugongs, you nearly startled me out of my boots.
Yeah, I just wanted to click here. Literally, I did. My brain was like, you have to click in that spot too now. Not that exact spot, but just like, it's weird. It's anal. Obsessive compulsive about certain things. That's why you always see me move my mouse in patterns like this, especially during dialogue. I make circles or I hit each corner of the dialogue box. I'm trying to break the habit because I find it annoying to watch.
I understand there's been something of a mix-up concerning the armory key.
Or this, where I run over the people with my mouse.
You what, girl? Tell me.
Well, you see, this human here took the thing and I was...
The human? These apes are nothing to us. Do you understand? Nothing. What a terrible disappointment you've been, Ghoul. Just think. My lieutenant dying just before the Great War.
Dying? Oh, mother!
Rip that man.
Every which way I look, one of my boys is failing me. A terrible shame.
I don't understand why they want to prove themselves to her, why they want to fuck her.
Hello again. Do you bring good news?
Good news, I've killed the Rat King.
Ding dong, the king is dead. And I thank you from tail to whiskers for your help. There may be hope for my friends yet. If you would, my friend, you could find them and help them escape now that those pointy-faced beasts won't be on the alert. Their hiding place is enchanted, you see. Crafted by the wizard himself to hide those he held dear. They've concealed themselves in a cellar outside their home, the hatch of which you'll find beneath a great black boulder. Once you've destroyed the boulder, search in the beehives behind the wizard's house for the key.
Alright, I'll take my leave. So it's just back here, right? Maybe not. Where is it? Oh, that's it. Are we activated? It says use. Maybe we just activate it and it disappears?
The boulder looks strange. Unreal, even.
Alright, let's check it out. Yo, we got loot. Yo, we got oranges. Or excuse me, oranges. Alright, the wizard's friends.
Who are you? Stay away from my family. They know nothing of the wizard. Take me.
I'm a source hunter. The Immaculates who invaded your town believe I'm one of them, but I'm on a mission to dismantle their bloody operation. How are they going to believe that?
A source hunter? Lodian, the gods have answered our prayers. I can think of no more welcome deliverer from this predicament than one of your esteemed order.
Why would they not think we're Immaculates deceiving them, though?
Seven bless us, and you too.
And yeah, I was like, wait a minute, I called them the wizard's friends. I guess servants is better, because they're the cat's friends. Are you the wizard's servants, the ones who these invaders are so desperate to find?
Aye, we three laboured under Zandalor's employ. He was right decent to us, and it's thanks to him we managed to escape the brutes upstairs. Zandalor prepared this hidden place long ago. It's almost as though he knew, somehow, that this day would come. Or perhaps he knew only that the forces of evil would always pursue those of goodness and light. Many years ago, he told us that if ever we found ourselves in danger, we should flee to this cellar. Shut fast its door, he said, and mark the jam with a chalk pentangle. This will call forth the magic I have assigned for your protection. It seems our friend was true to his word.
What can you tell me about the wizard?
Zandalor is a brilliant man, even among wizards. Why he chose to settle in this sleepy little town, I can't say. But then again, he never did remain for long. Always dashing off to attend to some matter or other, our wizard. We cared for his home while he was away, and attended to him when he was in. We were quite fond of him, and I do believe he was rather fond of us too. It seems that when we triggered this cellar's defences, he knew straight away. Within a minute or so, a strange orb of light appeared before us. It grew sharper and sharper about the edges. I held out my hands to grasp it, and it fell, heavy as a pearl, in my hands. From the orb came Zandalor's voice, clear and strong, as though he were standing just before me. His voice was hurried, strained in a way I'd never heard before.
What did the voice say?
Something unthinkable. That he was travelling through the Phantom Forest, that heart of horrors, and into the ancient source temple that rests within its cursed depths. He told us to wait for the White Witch, asked us to deliver a message, something important by the sound of it. We wrote it down, word for word, and will pass it along whenever it is she comes.
What can you tell me about this source temple?
I know little more than its name implies, but if a temple of source does indeed rest within that blighted forest, a greater evil I cannot imagine.
Tell me about the Phantom Forest.
Many is the year since ghoul or beast has ventured out of the defiled sanctuary of those woods, yet still we of the village dare not enter. Legend says that to set a single foot into the Phantom Forest is to invite death's grasp. It's a legend none wish to test. As you may know, this town was founded as the last bulwark against the source monstrosities that reside within that terrible place. After the fall of Brachus Rex, the defeated darkness retreated to those woods, and haunted they have remained ever since.
And another one, like, we're just gonna say this, and they're gonna believe it. I know the White Witch personally. You can entrust your message to me.
That ring! Hekara's
Oh, okay.
blessing. Zandalor has the same. I'd recognize it anywhere. So the White Witch sent you, did she? I should have known she'd not sit idly by while the world turned topsy-turvy. Zandalor's message is as such. He's gone to the Source Temple in the Phantom Forest, and he wants her, or I suppose you, her messengers, to follow him there. In order to enter the forest, you'll need an amulet. He stored it in a small chest near his personal waypoint.
I see a cat. Dikatsa. Dikatsa.
Once you're inside the forest, you'll need to find the forest spirit. This spirit will give you the rune you need to enter the Source Temple. But first things first, if you want to get inside Zandalor's house, you'll need to use the portal in this very room. I've the crystal you need in order to activate it. Still, entering the house will be the least of your worries. Zandalor himself has called forth every manner of protection to discourage would-be intruders, and you will have to defeat them all in order to reach the bedroom. Now, the last thing he said doesn't make much sense to an outsider. Perhaps you or the witch will manage to make better sense of it. He said, and I quote, "She is coming. I only hope I can reach the temple first. If she finds the portal..." He didn't finish after that.
Yeah, so he's talking about the conduit, obviously, Leandra.
Before you go, perhaps we might impose on you, well, a favor, you see.
What is it?
Source Hunter, we need a way out of this place. It's only a matter of time before the savages upstairs find us, and trying to leave through the village is as good as suicide.
But Zandalor has his own means of travel, a waypoint shrine in his own chambers reserved for his personal use. If we could only get there, we'd be able to flee this place lickety-split. The only trouble is what I've already mentioned. The wizard's house is rigged from top to bottom. If you'll be disabling its defenses, we'll slip through without problem. Good luck, Source Hunter, and unimaginable thanks from me and mine.
Is that a Starstone? What was that?
Our friend. How can we not much to see him?
It was the Starstone effect, but it wasn't the whole thing.
Face in these dark times.
What can you tell me about the wizard?
Oh, that dear fellow. He had a great many friends and acquaintances, from local witches to mighty spirits. His dining room was always full of conversations of every conceivable topic, and it was a pleasure to listen in. But he had been somewhat despondent these past few years, ever since return from an extended visit to Luculla Forest. His long face and nervous eyes were new features to his typically sunny disposition. We never did learn the source of his discomfort, but I always kept him in my prayers.
A cat told me of your whereabouts here.
A cat told you? I don't know much about source hunters, but I never knew them to be, well, cat whisperers or any such thing. Nevertheless, I suppose I've seen stranger things around a wizard's table. If what you say is true, it must be Jinxica to whom you spoke. How wonderful to hear she lives. I feared she'd been lost to the orcs or the wilds, but it seems our kind Kitty has been helping us all this time. We called for old Jinxie before going into hiding, but this little stray here was the only one who showed up. I figured better to save one little whiskered friend than none.
Oh, that's wholesome.
Make yourself at home for the present. We haven't much to offer, but my wife can tell you plenty about the wizard.
What can you tell me about the wizard?
He's a good and decent man, our Zandalor. Without him, we'd have been ripped apart and tossed aside by the marauders outside this cellar. My wife can tell you more, if it's more you wish to know.
Alright, let's loot all this. Tomato, bread, tomato. I'm really leaning towards getting that chicken. I think I might have to. It just sounds so good. I gotta basically rush over there right after I finish the stream, before they close. I think they're open until 21, but I don't want to go too late. I don't want to walk in there like 20 minutes before they close, like, make me food. So you have some cloth or leather and a needle but no thread. Did you know that hair will work as a... Okay, yeah, we've read that before. Oh, the game's auto-saving. So you know it's legit. You know what's cool though? We're getting close to a level up. Not quite as fast as pure combat. And there's definitely going to be some more pure combat coming up. I don't know we're going to get too much of that today. By that I mean like when we're walking around a dungeon or something and it's just fight after fight after fight. Like the Black Cove or something. Or the mine. Not the mines, the Hyberheim's got a lot of fights. Yeah, the Goblin Road in Luculla Forest. Places like that, you level up super quick. Crystal fits perfectly inside the socket. The portal whirls to life. This... Interesting. It might actually be a texture of Zandalor's place. I'm not sure. Whoa! I'm gonna need them to stay where they're at. And I'm gonna need to just wander around here. Secrets of the Scroll, Volume 10. A blank book is an empty pot. Its virtues ought not to be judged by what it lacks. The adept master of either is responsible for filling the former with a magical scroll, and the latter with meat and vegetables. Yeah, we've read that, but it was short. Button! Watch it kill me. Well, so far, so good. Yeah, I left them standing exactly where they were at because I noticed they're not getting hit. So I felt comfortable doing so. We'll grab these various items. Hand them off to Scarlet. Oh, I got a, what did I, oh, I know. I know when that happened, or I know how it happened. It was from a shop. Because it's probably when I bought... It's probably when I bought one of the other items. Also, there was the axe grip, which I think we got from that skeleton before. I never did actually find where it was at, or maybe didn't even look at all. Yeah, one of the shops, like I was getting a ring or something, and I made myself buy it instead of Scarlet. And I got all the craftable stuff as well. Ooh, Staff Kit Part 3, gem. Ooh, indeed. We need telekinesis to reach that stuff. So, it's funny, right as I notice I have one piece of the staff, or one piece of one of the level 3 weapon upgrades, I'm like, oh, there's another. Yo, that's what I need. Dishes that wash themselves? Hell yeah. Sign me up for that shit. I hate washing dishes. What is this? I can't tell. Psi powers. Reality or superstition? Is it really true that in the past our priests had access to powerful psi powers? Some historians found ancient texts that indicate this. If this is true, then we must have lost these powers a long time ago. But it seems far more likely that these tales are highly exaggerated. Zandalor's scroll.
The scroll of revelation? There's some value hidden here.
Right, let's hand some stuff over to Scarlet. I'm gonna hold off on looting most of this, but I want to know, what is this book? Patty Cake Volume 4. Potatoes. Mother Nature's Joreth of all trades. Mash 'em, boil 'em, cut 'em into strips and fry 'em up real nice. With a potato in your hand, the world is yours for the taking. I agree. I'm pretty sure we've read this book about the Divine One's return already. Yeah. No, run away. Okay, good. Secrets of the Scroll Volume 3. Yeah, we need to shut this place off. We can go upstairs. We can come over here. There's a dead guy. What if I use the scroll? Z. The secret entrance to your cellar is in place, you sneaky devil. Now, what would you be hiding down there? In any case, that's for you to know. Bring this parchment to the little spot between the dining table and the mirror and read its incantation. Easy as cherry chicken pie. Cheers, and I'll be expecting to collect my payment within a fortnight. G.
It doesn't seem to work here.
Where is the mirror? Dining table and mirror. Oh, basically where they're at? Like here? Aha. Now what do we have? Alright, no more explosions for a minute. That was a little annoying. We need to switch to Scarlet to move these boxes, I think. I've spotted a trap. No? I expected it. So we have a locked door.
Might need to blow this one open.
I mean, we can. What's the health on it? We've done more. Candles. I'm not sure if there's a trick to this one. One more ought to do it. Maybe if there wasn't someone standing in the box, there'd be enough space. What do we have over here? Magical. Oh. Yes. Alright, so hail attack, that's really good. Invulnerability, that sounds good to me. Meteor strike, I know is good. 2 of them, in fact. Hail attack scroll. Magical unlock. We need more of those. The problem is, we have 3 things that are magically locked in the end of time. What happened? I walked all through there before without issue. What the fuck?
Oh, the man.
We're gonna work our way through this somehow. The cheese way. Just like that. Jahan's not gonna be healed by that. He has too much health. Yo, what's his health at with this Constitution bonus, though? 2420, golly. That's insane. Let's see if he needs mass healing. Ah, fuck it. Do it anyway. He may or may not have.
As good as a new penny.
Oh, I see a trap. I see another trap. I see a bunch of traps.
As good as a new penny.
Are these ones that disappear? What?
I'm dying.
He auto walked out of the fire.
Back on my feet again.
I'm open to the real world. That's the lyric, Medora. We're doing Dream Theater today. Jewelry chest. How much more can go wrong in here after that?
A stitch of time, hey, my friends?
I'm waiting for that smoke to dissipate. Let's check this other side. Magical tragedies. We've read a few of these. Obstinate demons. Are there any other kind? That's literally all it says. That's a pretty long read.
My eyes fooling me.
I hope I didn't lose your interest while I read that book. Magic inkpot and quill.
Not even worth the rummaging.
That smoke does not seem to want to dissipate. I thought it was gone. I just assumed it was gone by now because it's been so long. I could always use tornado in here. No, I don't want to attack or examine Medora. I want to read this book. Oh my god. There we go, smoke is gone. Entrance to the Source Temple is guarded by a massive stone door, so stout it would take an army a year to force entry into the temple. However, carriers of the magic rune will find the stone slides open as easily as a spring breeze. The only known remaining rune stone, apart from that belonging to the Keeper, belongs to the spirit of the Phantom Forest. Trial of Ascension not being the only way into the First Garden, tales are told of a secret teleportation mirror that would bypass the entire trial. Knowledge and usage of this mirror is strictly restricted to the High Sorcerer of the temple. Sounds important. Cool. Phantom Protection Amulet. Sounds important. Cool. As in a way to get into the Phantom Forest without dying. Which they... I don't know if it was clear. To me it is because I've played the game, but I don't know if it would be clear to anyone else that you die if you walk into the Phantom Forest. There's a reason I didn't try to go in. We saw it earlier, there's a green...
Treasure on the ground. Who's the grandest dame in town?
Nadia?
I suppose if you're titillated by the brutalization of our beloved language, Nadia's the proper choice for you. Unfortunately, you've chosen wrong for any soul with half an ounce of sense. Treasure on the ground.
Bertia?
Who's that carnivorous farmhand? I certainly think not.
Victoria.
Treasure, what a horn-loving dog you are. I won't hear such nonsense. No, indeed. An orc isn't really a dame in any case, is it?
We don't have the answer yet. I see. Anyway, I don't know if it's clear to anyone but me since I've played the game. Like, if you're just listening and everything we've heard so far, I don't know if it really gives the proper indication that the Phantom Forest, that like there was a green mist when we saw it, and that will kill you if you walk through it. They've alluded to it as it's like a dangerous place, but I don't know if that was made clear. I don't know what to do about this. Like, we can go down here and try a tornado. Oh, it's starting to hurt us, though. Why did he move? Don't die. Fuck. Dude, I have no idea what the fuck is happening. I mean, I do, but I don't. Like, I don't know why this all happened. Everything was fine, and then we went down there and it was bad. Why? Why? Alright, let's get a scroll. We've got so many. It's fine. Now we've got to figure out how to get through this damn place. It's just gotten way messier. Okay. See, this is interesting. Was it? Hang on. Did we get another amulet or something? Yeah, we've had Zandalor's trunk since the beginning. I forgot those were Zandalors by name, but yeah, we've had his trunk since they were talking, basically. We would loot something and it would mock us or whatever. It's kind of goofy, kind of fun. Alright, maybe it's not in here. Let's search by latest added. Into the deep. I know where we got that. What is this? That's the thing we used to open the portal into here. So we can do rain. But it doesn't really take care of the place like I would want. The cloud's still in the way. Fuck. Why'd you walk out of there?
I can't move.
Teleport. Right there. Don't die. Get in there. All right, let's bring everybody in here. Jeez, this is annoying. Very annoying. How do I get through that? Is there another switch in here? Oh! Oh wait, no, never mind. I thought those were glowing. I mean, they were, but it's because that dish was being floated over there, not because it was a thing to interact with. Okay. See, I'm wondering if it had to do with us standing on that pressure plate thing there, if that's what that is.
Hey, my friend!
I'm wondering if that's why this triggered, and if getting back to it would calm things down a bit. But I can't go through there. Candles.
Sweet relief.
Well then. Okay, where is this? See if we can get back upstairs.
Demon breath, I've been paralyzed!
Yes. Is it a... Does it have to do with candles here? I think it actually does. But then I can't speak for what's happening downstairs. No? Unless I've missed one. Or if I... Wait, this wasn't active, was it? Or did I forget to check this fucking thing altogether? I'm gonna feel stupid. This... Did I just miss... Am I just blind? Am I just tired? I don't know. I feel stupid right now, but maybe I don't need to. Titan Dictionary. Now this is something that's related to what we saw earlier. The ancient tongue, conversing with titans. Whoever holds this enchanted tome will be privy to that venerable language called the ancient tongue, still spoken by the titans of Rivellon. Wizard's cellar key. I think we know what that's for, but I already...
The house's defense is shut down.
Nice.
The family should be able to get through here without a hitch.
I already did things my own way for that door down there in the cellar. Read. Shira's power is remarkable and only growing stronger. One incantation can diminish a creature's suffering by half, no small feat when faced with a magic's deadliest source. The charm's effects fade, but Shira's resolve does not. Ever am I drawn to healers, those remarkably powerful beings who turn their attention not to the pursuit of power, but of care. It is no wonder those first keepers granted the other rune to Shira herself. That gentle spirit would never turn the Source Temple toward dark ends. Leandra, I've received word from her, and what's more, she wishes to see me. Why she'd choose Cecil's dank Crab King Inn for a meeting place, I cannot say. The thought of seeing those bright eyes and that impish grin once more grips my stomach with excitement and apprehension. 2 entire years without so much as a glimpse, a note. She made no inquiry about her sister except to say, "Do not tell Ikara." It feels wrong, but so be it. I told Shira of my plans to see Leandra. Having been privy to the entire affair, she wished me good luck, but warned me to exercise caution. You don't know, dear Zandalor, what the girl's been up to, and you hardly left on good terms. It seems the eons have made our wise forest spirits suspicious and wary of good news. No wonder, considering all she's seen. Cool. Druid's personal waypoint shrine. Where does that take us? So we have candles in here. I'm gonna light them too. I actually thought there was a, and this might have been how, this might have been deactivated. It might be the candles, because once I started thinking about it, I seem to recall that.
Who's the grandest dame in town?
It's not Shira?
I suppose if you're
I'm concerned. I hope I didn't break that chest. Alrighty, Scarlet, get to work. Plate. Plate. Get that pie. Alright, you got the plate. That's fine. Ah, that thing is a pressure plate, like I was thinking. It just clicked. Okay, and there is Secrets of the Scroll. This one was a longer book. That's why I didn't read it, because I would have gotten hit by a fireball. Rivellon's powers are many, and even without the intervention of we enchanters, her magic shines through even the most common objects. Sprinkle. Okay, this is the rabbit's paw thing. We've read that. Didn't have enough of a chance to confirm that earlier, however. Yo, this game needs ray tracing. I don't know how we get through that, if we do. How did I miss that cupboard? I feel like I looted this before... I looted that area before everything was getting blown up. Alright, so first things first, let's check where this thing warps us. This is where they were going to take to be free. Oh, it just takes you anywhere. Okay. Then let's take the portals back. I'm gonna look up Zandalor's chest real quick. Zandalor talking chest. Okay, yeah, I was gonna say it might be from the servants. And it turns out it actually is. I just wanted to make sure I didn't mess something up.
Oh, friend, how can we help you?
Let's discuss getting... hang on.
Not much to see here, I'm afraid.
Oh, we never talked to the cat.
Where am I? Am I... Is this real?
Are you alright, cat?
I feel as though I've been living in a dream. I was bathing myself, as I've done a million times over, when suddenly a curious sensation came over me, as if my mind were no longer mine. I saw, but I did not see. I was as one possessed.
Alright. Sorry.
I am at your disposal, Source Hunter.
Tell me about the wizard.
But he had been somewhat despondent these past.
Cat.
If what you we called for all.
And we'll talk to the father. We'll run through every dialogue here.
More than its many is the year, as you may know. Oh yes, let's. Have you cleared a path to Zandalor's shrine? We're so very eager to get out of this damp
Yes, you're free to go.
Great gods above! That's fantastic news. I can nearly smell the fresh air already. Psst. Before we go,
Yeah, this
I
is
might
it.
be able to offer you a little tip. When I was cleaning the wizard's guest rooms, I'd often hear him whisper Ikara to a locked chest in his chamber. I can't say for certain what's in there, but perhaps it will help you on your journey. Thank you for your aid, my hero.
I feel like we're really close to leveling up. Yeah, we're pretty close, and I think we'll have no problem doing that before the end of stream. Alright, they're out of here.
treasure on the ground.
Ikara.
Who's the grandest dame in town? Aren't you a dear? What is it you like best about that lovely lady? The sweet cadence of her voice? Her fair grace? The whole package has impressed you, I do suppose. Well chosen indeed.
Cool. We have a divine wand and a divine helmet. Sweet. Now that we've done this, we can warp back to the Knight's Tomb. Because we have the book on Speaking Titan, right? I don't care, because I do this every time. I'm very aware of what I just typed, by the way. I do this every time where I make my own name and append it, or not append, but prepend it to the existing name that's already there. So we're gonna do it again. Even though it's redundant in this case. Knight's Tomb, Knight's Tomb. So I read that it's actually best to fail the speech check, but I just want to see the dialogue. Oh, I want to try to do both. So he says, "Halt, you're trespassing upon the ancient tomb of the knight." And I'm going to say, "I'm neither vandal nor thief. I wish only to explore this tomb." Easy enough. It's only 5,000 something experience. What can you tell me about this tomb? You wish to know of this tomb? A great knight is interred here, dead for many centuries. Upon this tomb was placed the curse of cold. Approach the frigid depths and death shall find you. I'll take my leave. Ah, so we could still attack him. So is he gonna bring out his friends?
Enough of that now.
Oh, now he speaks English.
Hey, stop that.
I feel bad.
We'll have none of that, you hear?
Anytime now.
You there, cut it out.
No, he didn't summon his friends. Which means it's probably better to fail the check and go for the heavier experience. Because that'll be about... That was 5,000 experience-ish. We'll see what he gives us, and then I'll load. Do it the other way, probably. Oh yeah, we're good. Now, fortunately, he doesn't bleed, so we can shock him. Let's Jahan use one of his moves that normally he doesn't get a lot of opportunities to when everything's bleeding. I don't know why I did Ricochet. I didn't need the accuracy boost. Yeah, so that's worth about 58 plus 51 or whatever. It's meh. We're gonna do this one. Now I have to fail it, or I can load back to here. We could... I'm gonna be lazy and try to spacebar through it a couple times. Otherwise I'll have to intentionally lose, and I don't know how to intentionally lose. Because it seems random. Well, what if I just keep... I don't know, I keep hitting rock and hope that he... Shit. I want to fail. I want to fail, game. I might have to drop the book. If I have Scarlet run up there, it might be sufficient. I don't know if we share knowledge of the book, but even if she has to do persuasion, it'll be less likely. Fuck. That's fine. We'll get there. We're gonna fail this. Oh, come on. She only has a 3 versus a 2. It's like, it should be fairly easy to fail it. Come on, guys. Just let me get the experience. Oh my god. Why don't I win persuasion this often, normally? I've had times where I have more than them and I lose multiple times in a row. There we go. Flattery moves us like the ocean spray upon a cliff. We will crush you underfoot, intruder. Now we get all the buddies. This fight's actually going to be a little bit tougher. They're all level 16. We are edging on level 19. Now, as for... Okay, no, Rain of Arrows will work here. But I think, for me, I'm gonna fast track until next turn. Hopefully not die. Nice. Okay, that's good. I'm worried particularly about me. Chain lightning, how far does it go? I don't know how far the arcs go. It's probably best to... Scarlet can probably survive that, so let's try to blind this one. No. Let's try to... Alright, freeze is 150, slow is also 150. Let's try to slow. Alright, let's see what they have to offer. Oh my god, they are slow already. They're going after Jahan or me? It looks like Jahan. No, this guy's not gonna do jack diddly dick. Because we slowed him. Yeah, I was thinking Scarlet could take a hit from this guy, or if this guy tries... I wish you could have seen my face there. I guess Scarlet can't take a hit from that guy. Whoa. Holy shit. But it died. That's kind of bad. If I go like right here... Arrow spray. Can't really hit both. I'm gonna do it anyway. Yeah, I can. But it doesn't do as much as I would have hoped. Ooh. Alright, we want to get Scarlet back. I should have some scrolls, right? Yeah. I really didn't know it was going to be that brutal. Oh, she goes next. Well, it makes me feel bad about how far back I put her. Okay, Medora, you gotta put some work in on this guy. It's not gonna kill him. I go for a knockdown. Another. What's his... He has 88% resist. So he's gonna take 88% off of this 145, which I don't want to math that, but it's like 60... It was like 50. So it's a coin toss. We have 43%. That's bad. So if I run out here, maybe he won't be able to do anything. Jahan, what are we gonna do with you? Good. That didn't do what I wanted. I wanted it to fork. Now Medora might die. Ooh, not quite. This guy's slowed, so hopefully not. Woo! Oh, how much health do you have, you son of a bitch? 8 health. Alright, we'll walk to here and try a whirlwind. Do flurry and then run away. Jahan might be able to finish. Or stun. Let's go, let's try to do a stun maybe. Okay, yeah, good. I think we're good now. That was intense. It's still worth more experience, and we look at all this loot. We wouldn't have got that loot the other way. This place here was part of the reason I said we should have no problem leveling up. Because I was thinking, you know, we're gonna get a decent amount of experience here. We're gonna get quest experience coming up. Ooh, some divine plate armor. Wait, we didn't pick that up. Stop slacking, Scarlet.
Into the fray once more.
I think we left some bones back there. Oh, we looted it. Never mind. Oh, okay. This thing I think is a puzzle, right? We can't tell yet, but I'm pretty sure this is a puzzle. Oh yeah, she's warm. That's not much of a hint. This is me knowing from having played the game.
Well, what's this I've spotted?
Footprints. It's actually, there's a trick. It's a hot and cold game.
Something.
So you could play hot and cold to work your way through here.
Well, what's
And what happens if you venture to the wrong place? That. You just die. So we don't want to do that. But I have high enough perception I can actually see these footprints.
I found something. I've spotted something interesting.
I think I want to bring Jahan out here. Get him to teleport that chest.
I've spotted something.
That one too. I guess just straight.
What's this?
Yeah.
I found something.
I see another chest as well.
What's this? I found something.
Glad we have perception because it's way better than the alternatives. What did you spotted? Because I don't see... Whatever. Let's get Jahan. We're gonna have him do this solo so he can teleport the chests. Take advantage of his talents.
I need a remedy.
Really? That was blocking something, huh? What a hell of a trap. We heal the chest? That'd be stupid. Yeah, it's invalid. We may be able to teleport it back onto that without it dying, because it has a little more than half of its health. Now, why did I do that? Because I think it lasts longer. Okay, where's the thing? Right there. Yeah, okay, barely survived. Sweet. Now I'm worried about the other chests and what they may do. See, I ventured a little bit too far off the path and he got cold. I never knew it was supposed to be like a hot and cold game, though. I figured that out recently from a retrospective. I think I always just teleported to a safe spot in here. Like, I think that's a safe spot or something, and just kind of worked my way through here my own way. Alright, I don't trust it. We're gonna save. Alright, I guess I trust that one. Not really great loot either way. Neither chest had good loot. Alright, another one not to trust. Will he die? Yeah, he's getting cold.
Baking like a cake.
Hurry up, your cooldown's terrible. Six-turn cooldown is pretty bad, considering how high his intelligence is. Like, that's hard to get in a fight. It's hard to be able to do 6 turns in a fight. Right, we're gonna wait a little bit more. We've done 3 turns. We're gonna do mass healing now. And it lasts for how many? 7. So we won't waste as much time, because I see the thing right there. Hopefully it stays in one piece. Just barely. Yep, just like the first time. Sweet. And I don't know what to make of this one. Can we walk over there? He got chilled. I don't like it. We'll just let him stand there.
Into the fray once more.
What do we have up here? Can we actually... No, there's nothing there. Pointless stairs are pointless, yeah? Would it be funny if it, like, hit him on the head and killed him? I'd laugh. Alright, let's try walking this way and see if we die. No, we're good. Jahan, get up there. You guys warp up here and let's link back up. Alright. I feel like this is also another death trap. Yay, experience! Broken off horn.
An orcish horn. Jahrl was right. The orcs were involved in Garrick's disappearance.
His murder, you mean? Which means the bloodstones were likely stolen at Grutilda's behest.
And we have letter from Garrick. You find an unsent letter. It's addressed to someone named Urana and is signed Garrick. The letter details plans to meet during the full moon alongside a riverbank, the name of which is unknown to you. It seems to have been written by someone very much in the throes of a fledgling love. Aw. Makes me sad. I wish someone would love me.
There's not an imp in sight.
Patience. One could turn up at any moment. Perhaps they're even listening as we speak.
Who are y'all?
They may be clever, but they aren't invisible.
You don't look like Immaculates. We're gonna talk to you because we're closer.
You there! Where are the red imps hiding? Don't play stupid. We know the cowards jumped to this realm.
Oh, I think I know what this is gonna be. Remember the imps that are all in the end of time? They're fleeing from demons and there's like this book that they lost. This codex that has all their names in it, and as long as their names are there and the demons have the book, it shows that they are basically enslaved to the demons. I think these people are looking for the imps because of that. Maybe they have the book.
Easy, sister, easy. We wouldn't want to scare off a possible ally.
Why are you seeking imps?
We of the Watch share little with those ruddy chattel, but we do serve a common master, the demons of the realm of Nemesis. We've been tasked with returning the savage renegades to their home plane.
Savage renegades? Why do you refer to the imps as such?
I know not what guise of innocence they have undertaken here, but in our home realm theirs is a sinister past. Eons ago, the Red Imps were a free race. Clever, yes, but blinded by their thirst for knowledge. Easier prey our demon masters could not have crafted. And so the Imps were offered a deal, knowledge for service. The demons would offer the Imps unlimited knowledge of the universe, and in turn the Imps would work off this debt by the sweat of their brows. The Imps, salivating at such an idea as absolute knowledge, agreed without a second thought, and each signed his name into a great codex marking his commitment. Knowledge they were granted, yes, but at a great cost. They could only use their newfound abilities in service of the demons of Nemesis.
So the imps dealt with demons. One might call them misguided, but hardly savage.
No? Wait until you are all that stands between an imp and its freedom. See how quickly impish charm turns to barbarism. We, the Watch, were made the overseers of the demons' impish slaves. We were kinder than the demons indeed, but suffered from the same servitude as those over whom we were given dominion. Whatever commands the demons issued, we had no choice but to enforce. After a great many centuries, the Imps crafted a plan. They would steal the codex by which they had signed over their lives and flee Nemesis forever. But to get to the codex, they had to go through us.
All this talk about demons, I bet Jahan's got a mighty hard-on right now.
The Imps were merciless. Countless innocents among the Watch were beaten, bloodied, ripped apart limb by limb as a savage red swarm ran through us. Steal the codex they did, leaving the shredded innards of those who opposed them in their wake.
One can hardly blame the Imps for wanting to escape enslavement.
And what of us? We of the Watch who had failed in protecting the Codex were shown no mercy by our overlords. Half were sent to the darkest dungeon cells of Nemesis where they would suffer eternal torment. The other half, well, we were given a task. Find the Imps and all would be forgiven. Those cast into the dungeons would be released. Fail and we will be doomed to join them.
Huh. I don't really want to give the Imps away, but I want to find the codex. Let's see what happens if I say yes. I know just where to find the Imps you seek.
Can it be? After these long centuries of searching, can it be?
You'll find the Imps on the beaches of Syceal. Damn the Watch. We'll not give the Imps over to them.
That's right. Let them waste another century on a wild goose chase.
The beaches of Syceal, you say? We had combed those sands already, but if you say it is so, then we'll comb them again. 1,000 times if we must. Thank you, stranger. Thank you and goodbye.
Let's see if I can, is that really it? Yeah, okay. So you actually get more experience for ratting the Imps out. Interesting. We're gonna go this route though. We got a renegade point, which I don't know how I feel about that. What is it? It's renegade and obedient no. Where is renegade? Renegade and righteous. Alright, that's fine. Tomb of the Night. It's too heavy? No. Starstone? No. Yes! It was. Well, that's crazy looking, isn't it? Alright. We're not going to go to the end of time yet. We're going to go to... Secluded Beach? Or Tranquil Beach? I don't know which beach is which. We need Tranquil Beach. That thing is just blinking at us. It's like, yo, go to the end of time. You got a new thing.
You craven chickens! You cowered here while the rest of us fought?
What's the problem now? We didn't hear a thing.
I see no sign of Imps, sister. How many times must we review the same spot?
I kind of feel bad for them too, though.
Or will you admit failure and return to Nemesis? Will you hear the cries of our loved ones in agony?
I feel bad for both sides.
Nor will I count grains of sand when I ought to be carrying out a proper search.
Then to another realm we go. It's been some decades since we've checked the realm of fairy. Perhaps one of the fiends has turned up there.
Yeah, you did. You missed a whole thing in Hyberheim. That's part of the realm of fairy, isn't it? Let's go to the end of time now. So we've got two things.
We come to it at last.
Oh!
All of the missing threads have been rewoven, and the canvas
Exciting.
is clear for the first time in eons. The final mystery may at least reveal itself. The final thread of your memory may be restored. Let us watch.
Yes.
The Guardians had failed. Source was tainted, the void was loosed, and all that stood between Rivellon and annihilation was Astarte herself. Overcome by guilt, they hoped to undo their failure by undoing reality itself. And so, they ripped their threads from the tapestry of time, so becoming unknown to history and unknowing of themselves for all eternity. As their threads fell to Rivellon like shooting stars, they hardened into crystals the people called Starstones.
And that's why we were missing from time.
So the souls within us intentionally tore themselves from the tapestry of time.
Perhaps it was the only honorable thing to do after the tragic opening of the God Box by Astarte.
Duty is honor, and honor is duty. I can understand their not being able to live with having failed to protect the God Box.
Yay, forgiving! We're gonna get the last room here.
3 out of 4 have already been reinstated, and now the last of the elemental shall rejoin its illustrious masters. Glory be unto them, and glory be unto you.
It's gonna be Earth. The Hall of Stone. Sweet! What do we got in here?
Rocks and forest. This is a plane worthy of an Earth elemental, all right.
A kernel of serenity amid endless chaos.
Who's it gonna be, the Trife or Astarte?
Guardians, I ask of you, what are you doing? What good can come of your misguided actions? I have tried to warn you. I have tried to be your friend by pointing toward the one great truth that is the Void Dragon, and say, relent. For you have failed before, and you shall fail again. Why is it so difficult for you to accept that which is inevitable? All things must pass away, even time itself. Sit ye down, rest, be weary no longer. Acquiesce in the embrace of oblivion, in which there is nothing but the equality and the harmony of non-existence. A blessing awaits beyond the end of time. Accept it, for it is yours to receive.
I notice his voice is a little bit ahead of itself, so what I mean is he says accept it, and then very quietly in the background I hear it saying for it is yours, and then he speaks loudly. I just now realized that. It's a cool touch. Also, I don't know if we're getting experience now. Before we do, if I'm correct, we get a new talent point every 4 levels. So level 19 will be another one, I believe, if I'm correct.
He has tried to be our friend. That word has truly lost all meaning.
A blessing awaits beyond the end of time. Death's blessing, yes, but no more.
Because we get, what is it? We go in at 3, 7, 11, 15, 19. Yeah, I don't see us hitting 23 at all, but that would be the next one.
The spirit of Father Nature came to me in a dream last night, and he told me to welcome you.
Interesting. How are we doing on essences? I don't see any. Are they consumable? I know we bought some. Oh, I thought I was on Scarlet. That explains it. We have a couple earth essences, we have some fire. So the argument is that you should buy essences like every time you level, because they all sell 2. It's a bit expensive right now, but we probably should. What's the difference here? 11.12 versus 10.50. I mean, yeah, it matters, but I'm not gonna bother. I don't want to have to send it between characters. I'm that lazy. The spirit of Father Nature came to me in a dream last night, and he told me to welcome you. And who are you exactly?
Can't you tell? I'm the universe. You're the universe. We're all the universe. It's a beautiful thing, to be sure. I noticed you were bringing this place in close contact with the spirit of nature, and I thought to myself, that's where I belong. Thanks for putting me up.
I'd like you to train me in earth magic.
With utmost pleasure, my friend. The Earth's knowledge is meant to be shared.
Alright, now we gotta check the book.
May the Earth's vibrations rock you gently.
My fellow general, this can be no coincidence. There's something at work here. Something buried in my mind that steers me toward the darkness I daren't face. I've wandered plains and seas, mountains and deserts, and yet out of nowhere I came across the chapel that holds her grave, and it all flooded back to me through besieged walls finally breaking. Alessa, she died so that we might live. She faced the void with equanimity while we cowered like children. During that final battle against the void itself, we were the last 3 still standing. In victory, she should have been the last 1 standing. Instead, the 2 of us stood, victorious, but false in victory. Yes, I accept the task of guardianship. I will be such a one, and I will not be alone. Together we will stand and redeem our souls. Cool. So close to leveling. We might, yeah, I think we might, no, I don't know. I don't think we're gonna level on this next thing. We're gonna wrap fairly soon. I also need to find, what was his name? The Dark Master or something? Yeah. What does this portal take us to? The Hall of Darkness? Yeah. Dark Underlord. Yeah, what a good name.
This wonder of a realm, it's like a slice of freedom.
I met some members of the Watch.
You sent them away. Far away. Far, 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 far away. Blessed hero, I thank you and offer you this. A sacred tome, sure to bolster you upon your journey.
You think me? Okay.
And since you've proven yourself such a dear, darling chum, how about I order these fellows to leave you to your thoughts? You'll need peace and quiet if you're to be the savior of the Imps. Come then, Imps, away!
Alrighty. Yeah, no experience, but he gave me a codex. Is that it at the top? No. Mystical Tome. It should give us an attribute point. Yeah. So I can put another one into Constitution for those glorious action points. And health, of course. Oh, max, yeah, max is up to 16 now. So that's 4 attacks. It's pretty brutal. And we'll be able to take advantage of that. I know it. All right. Jahan, on the other hand, has a max of 20 right now because of his busted constitution. And if we get that talent point, he's going glass cannon. He's going to be insane. Potentially. He still has to be able to actually get that much AP. Pass that 2 gold over. Sort. Was there anything else I was going to do? Let me see. Let's check. Let's close some of these logs out. Some of these blinking ones, let's just click on them and get rid of the blinking so it doesn't bother me. I'm thinking, is there an easy thing I can do? Yeah, we can go maybe rat out the rat catcher. See what I did there? And I guess there's one other thing I could do while we're here, and this is very quick. But I do want to wrap up pretty soon, so I'm just trying to see if we can get our level up in before I wrap up, without doing anything major.
What radiance burns from your being? Enough to scorch even the likes of me, I find. And take care.
So we're gonna get these essences. This is something I referred to earlier, and that rubies are rare, essences are not, because of this. We can get 2 per level. So with that knowledge, we need to be over here getting our essences, and then we can make ourselves, like, super immune to all kinds of shit later on. It's gonna be sweet. See, I'd really like to know why the chat box doesn't scroll sometimes. You have to do that and then it scrolls. Bothers me. Does it scroll now?
By the hoary beard of Boreas, can it be? You've come home, off to explore.
Yeah. Alright, so let's work back to Hunter's Edge. And if this works the way I want it to, the rat catcher is going to be like... Yeah, the Rat King's going to be like, oh no, my rats don't work anymore, and we'll be able to rat him out. Like, yo, he's useless. And Grutilda's going to be mad about it. We can also maybe tell her that we rescued them. Maybe that'll get us some experience.
Hello again. Do you... Their hiding place is enchanted. Jinxica is my... I had met... If you come to this... A kind... The Dark Invader. Would this... Each life... The human...
Nope. Yeah, we've only got one more body to go. Oh. Alright, there's 2 things we'll do. If we can rat out the rat catcher, we'll do that. There's one more thing I'll do. It'll be worth it. It won't take very long.
It was you who did this! Wasn't it, traitor? I knew you weren't to be trusted. It was you who led my rats away. How did you do it? You bloated cat's corpse, poison, bribery.
Dude, I could practically not hear him in some of those whispered lines.
Dance, Resk. Heave that sack of rot in time. You ought to enjoy this short, cruel life while you can.
Yes, oh mother, with utmost pleasure.
Brave of you to disturb me, human.
Let's discuss the rat catcher.
Norok my patience for his
Antics is wearing thin. Madness I can tolerate, but failure? Not for a moment. If we tell her Ratcatcher has lost control over the search, she'll eliminate him. One less orc for us to worry about.
But we'll be sending him to certain death. He's just a hired hand. He ought not to be held responsible for Grutilda's orders.
I'm most certain we'll have to face these orcs in combat before we leave this place. Let there be one less bloodthirsty face staring us down.
So quick to kill, are you? Surely by now you know how I...
No, we'll do as I say.
So, our rat catcher has overstayed his usefulness. How I do enjoy a problem with an exceedingly simple solution.
I think we know what happens next. Hopefully we don't get a glitch here. I feel like the script may check literally her position, and if she's near the door and we're near the door, I don't know. I don't know why it happened twice. It's like Scarlet has a point. He doesn't necessarily deserve to die, but in a way, but you could say that about all of them. He is crazy, but he also does shitty things.
Enjoying your time in this village. Milling about senselessly, like one of your vermin.
I noticed we didn't get experience this time, though. Odd.
You eat of my food and drink of my whiskey, but you've earned nothing. You dare to extinguish, but I cannot. Enough. What do you call it? I have no place for uselessness in my camp. You dare!
He gone. "100% correct, though. We're gonna end up fighting him. That's kind of what we're setting up. Alright, let's go upstairs. That's the thing I was saying. It won't take too long to handle.
Poor little toys. Poor, quiet toys.
Oh.
Sit. Hey, new toys. But where's Mum? What's she want me to do with you?
Something's wrong. This is the monster who killed all those villagers? This child?
Medora, perhaps you should talk to Norok.
You want me to, but this can't be right. The orc I remember, he was evil, a sadistic monster. This is... Oh, my head is spinning faster than a broken bumblebee. Let me get a good look at him.
Hello. I remember you. We used to be friends, didn't we? Yeah, we were great friends. We played all the livelong night, and I made pretty red ribbons up and down and up your face. Where'd your ribbons go? Do you want I should give you some more?
This isn't right. I'm gonna be sick.
It's all right, Medora. We're here together. No harm will come to you.
Sorry, pretty toy. Oh, please don't shout. Oh, Mum will be awfully cross if I make a ruckus.
What do you mean by Mum?
Mum! Oh, the best mum in the whole wide world. Usually, orcs like me, scramble-headed, me brothers call me, are killed right away. But Mum says she took one look at me and knew I'd be the best warrior in the world. She brings me lots of toys and friends, and she showed me all the best games to play. At first,
I didn't like how the toys would holler and cry when I'd make ribbons on them or play eyeball pop. But Mum taught me that that's how they show they're happy. First, they scream for joy, and then they take a long, long nap.
Grutilda.
Yeah, that's my mum's name. Did you meet her? Did she want us to play together?
Comrades, my mind's racing and my heart's going like a snare drum. To be here, face to face with my greatest enemy and to find that he's not at all like the villain I'd worked up in my mind. It's unimaginable. I've hated him with every drop of blood in these veins. Hated him till my entire being screamed for revenge. But now I find he's as simple as a child. Maybe he even thought all the cruelty, the death he inflicted was a game. And all around us, more victims. And years stretching behind us, and years stretching ahead of us. More dead bodies tortured and wrung by his hands. But you, comrade, time and again you show me the valor inherent of forgiveness. You face the impossibly cruel or weak, and you offer them a second chance. Still, I cannot forgive this monster. He may well be confused, and he may have been mistaught, but that won't stop him from killing again. Ho, comrade, in the name of the Order of the Sauce Hunters, I ask you to lay down forgiveness and to join me now. To arms!
Are you mad at me? Oh, I'm sorry. Whatever it was, I'm not doing it again.
Oh, that line made me sad. This line here makes me sad. This whole thing makes me sad because of the way he was abused, the way he was made into a killer without knowledge of what he is very sad, very fucked up of Grutilda. But it doesn't. I mean, we're gonna deal with her, of course. Like, that's not gonna be a problem. We're gonna make sure she gets her rewards. But it's kind of fucked up, kind of sad. But I do agree with Medora that because of what he's been made into and because he lacks the comprehension, he's just going to keep killing. I don't know that there's a path to redemption for him, unfortunately. Maybe there could be. But yeah, I don't know. It's one of those tough things. Anyway, though, hey Norok, you want to see the rabbits? Let's take you to see the rabbits again, okay? I know you like the rabbits. We're gonna give them the Lenny treatment. That's fucked up. That's fucked up of me to say. He's got a lot of health, doesn't he? Did we break the... No, we didn't break the chair. Or the couch. I like Medora's little bit of development on that too. So arrow spray, okay, I can move up by 1 AP to use an arrow spray. And then wail on him. Yeah, that makes me a little sad. We're gonna walk in shadows. Can't go after the glass cannon now. Dude, this is just making me sad. And there we have it. We've leveled up. Yeah, this is the thing I was saying I could do, is just take care of Spinebreaker, Norok. Dude, what is going on with this painting? Pick it up. I can't. I can't seem to pick up either one. See the mouse? It's like grabbing. Weird. There. Something else happened. Something else weird happened. I fixed it though. None of my clicks were registering. Some boots. We'll take this arrow. And we're gonna wrap up pretty soon. So I can go get my chicken. We'll loot this area up here. Shouldn't be too bad. And we'll just leave ourselves in this area up here. Hopefully next time I will remember immediately that we gotta do shopping. We gotta do our typical, like, we just leveled up, let's go hit all the stores. That's not gonna be the most exciting way to start next stream, but I really don't want to push things too late to show up to the restaurant. I don't want to show up too late when they're wanting to wrap up and close.
Murdered in their beds.
At least they didn't suffer. The villagers left to the Orc Queen suffered far worse fates.
Yeah, I'll just reiterate though, that whole situation is fucked up with the way he was treated. Obviously, you know, my reference, I said, is kind of fucked up, making the Mice and Men reference. Like, we're gonna give him the Lenny treatment.
Spare a soul.
Show him the rabbits.
Serve them whiskey anyway.
But jokes aside, he was obviously suffering from mental deficiencies and just abused. Tricked into thinking what he was doing wasn't bad. Why is something blowing up? Did you hear that? What is happening? You know what it is? I think this map is shared. I think our camera's locked, but we're actually sharing this with another map. And that map has fireballs going off for some reason. I don't think it's Zandalor's place because we shut those down. Alright, let's take a quick look at our level up stuff. I was correct, we get a talent. I think for Jahan, I said I was going to do glass cannon. His health is going to dip by half, so he's still going to have 966. I don't think I want to give him anything else. We can be immune to stun. Yeah, this being the last one that we're going to be able to get, I like glass cannon. Wait, it's 1092. Oh, I know why. Because the way the percentage works is based... Yeah, it's weird. He still has a lot of health, damn. And I was working on Pyro. So we can get him a Master Pyro skill. And for Medora, Bully will do more damage when they are slowed, crippled, or knocked down. Now, I already have that here, right? Yeah. But I really like it. It's strong. But is there anything else I would maybe want for her? Like Leech? Where is Leech? Incompatible with Comeback Kid. Got it. And that's the one that lets her sometimes not die. Yeah. Okay, then Bully it is. And over here, we're gonna do Leech. Leech heals you when standing in blood. You do Picture of Health for Vitality, but it's too late now. And for both of them, I think I was focusing a little bit on... Instead of doing the Armor Specialist now, I was doing Bodybuilding and Willpower. Willpower will cost 2, Bodybuilding will cost 3. That'll cost 3, that'll cost 2. They can both only do 1. Let's get them both willpower. Sweet. Alright, last up, it's me. Hyperopia is alright. Let me take a look at the things on the guide that I haven't really followed that heavily. We have Far Out Man, which I don't have. Light Stepper, which I don't have. Pet Pal, obviously. Stench, yeah. Sidestep. What is Sidestep? It lets you dodge more? Yeah. Glass Cannon and Elemental Ranger. Elemental Ranger is bonus elemental damage depending on the surface your target is in. Maybe. Probably not, though. We could get a free point in intelligence with this. I already have Stench, which reduces attitude. What's a little bit more? Now, I'm curious how Light Stepper works. Just for detecting traps and secrets, it doesn't actually affect... So, like, if we look at start action points are 13... Yeah, no, it doesn't actually... Yeah, okay. Then I don't think I want that. So then what else do we have? My precious, no, no. Pinpoint, throw grenades, nah. Sidestep's alright. I'm tempted to get that intelligence point. It's free intelligence. Which there's not going to be many more ability points, so it will slightly help my magical stuff. But I don't... It's like I don't use it much, though, right? The problem is, though, if I want to do one of these, it's only 70%. And that's due to low intelligence. So if I want to do Know-It-All, should be a little bit better. 80%. I mean, yeah, it is. I guess. Not 100% sold on most of them, to be honest, so... That's fine. That is fine indeed. No, what was I gonna do here? Was I doing willpower and bodybuilding as well? Yeah. So, that's pretty good. Yeah, and that's it for our level up stuff. Let's find out what save we did last. What stream we did last. So that was it? No. Stream 13, right? Yeah. So this is stream 14. And save. Alright, thank you to everybody who showed up today. I do appreciate it. Whether you're lurking, chatting, masturbating, whatever you like to do while you watch the stream, thank you very much. Quick recap, I guess. So we basically hit up Hunter's Edge. We had a little demon invasion going on, so we stopped it. And then we hit up Hunter's Edge here. And it's basically been a whole city of, like, the orcs and the humans hate each other, so we're kind of pitting them against each other a little bit. We've got Grutilda, the all-mother of the orcs, going around and killing her own people because we've ratted them out or convinced her that they failed or whatever. We sabotaged them. Subterfuge, right? So we've been doing that. We've been working on, like, who stole these bloodstones, which also happen to be the orcs. So it seems like we might be able to go ahead and pit the two against each other and actually start up a conflict soon, but we're gonna have to wait until next time to do that. But we've basically done most of Hunter's Edge. We found Zandalor's place, which was really what we were here for. So we know he went to the Source Temple. We have we're gonna be able to go to the Source Temple now, basically. We have what we need to go there, to go into the Phantom Forest, rather, and start exploring it and see what that place has to offer for us after we finish up with Hunter's Edge. So we did hit level 19. I suspect we'll get 2 to 3 more levels over the rest of the game, and I suspect we'll be beating the game Saturday, Sunday, so like within a week, probably. We'll see how it ends up working out, but we're getting to that point now. We're getting pretty far in, so yeah, that's about it. Then we'll recap. I gotta get out of here and go get some food. So thank you again for everyone who showed up. Tusk was hanging out earlier. What was I going to say? Yes, if you are new here, please consider hitting the follow button. If you're watching on YouTube, still listening, please consider liking, subscribing, hitting the notification bell, leaving a comment if you're so inclined. Greatly appreciate all of that. It's free, doesn't cost you a dime. I normally stream Tuesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, so tomorrow being Monday, I will be off, but I will be back on Tuesday, hopefully around 17:50 or 17:30. I don't know why I said 50. Hopefully around 7. I was thinking half and half of. My brain was thinking hundreds, like metric system or something, not 60. Anyway, so I'll be on Tuesday, the 3rd of May, hopefully around 17:30 Central. Sometimes it's later, sometimes it's much later. Hopefully this week will go pretty well. Hopefully I can keep to my good schedule. But yeah, I'll be on that night, on Tuesday night. And yeah, that's about it. We've already covered what's going to be happening, kind of recap today's stream. So until next time, have a good day, have a good night, whatever it is, wherever you're at, take it easy.
I hear it's amazing when the famous purple stuffed worm in Flapjaw space with the tuning fork does a raw blink on Harry Carry Rock. I need scissors. 61.